on behalf of my research collaborator, Jocelyn, myself, and Johanna Muszbek, I would like to welcome you all here on the How Do We Live Housing Symposium in Venice, face-to-face at the Palazzo and online. Those of you who are registered on Eventbrite can send us questions after each panel. First of all, I would like to say thanks for allowing this event to happen. The Ministry of Culture in Chile, Universidad Católica de Chile, and with special thanks to Antonio Liptai and Alejandra Celedón and Camilo Meneses. I would like to also thanks for the University of Liverpool for their continued support for this research, with special thanks to Professor Showman Bandio Padai. Welcome, special welcome to our panelists who generously accepted our invitations. And of course, thank you for the European Cultural Center for hosting us. How Do We Live program aims to negotiate the practical, theoretical, and speculative aspects of housing design. The attempt is to bridge through design between the conceptual, technical, and theoretical problematics that allow us to rethink housing for future urbanities. The program finds itself in forms of research, teaching, exhibits, such as the one here at Palazzo Mora, publications and events such as this symposium.
How Do We Live? Santiago, sorry, the slide is not working. No. So How Do We Live Santiago, London, Shanghai, Suzhou is an ongoing research and teaching collaboration investigating the current housing production spanning across 3 continents, looking at housing types and the notion of crisis particular to each metropolitan context. We have organized the material that we've looked in exhibitions. The first one at the 12th International Sao Paulo Biennale for Everyday Infrastructures that took place in 2019, where we organized 108 case studies after having looked at more than 1,000. The project discussed today's banal housing types, exemplary of a particular city in its making. By looking at the market offer, the goal is to observe, analyze, participate, and hopefully interfere in the production of the urban. Rather than dismissing examples of the current housing offer as bastard architecture, it is assumed that these housing types portray specific subjects, their living and urban conditions, the politics, policies, and socioeconomic factors that lead into developing a particular urban setting. Now, at the 17th Venice Architectural Biennale here at the European Cultural Center, we have looked at these types and how can we manipulate them through design operations.
And this is also a special opportunity to launch today our website, a dynamic index of our research. We welcome our audience here and online to log on at their leisure on howdowelive.com. It's still in progress. And a special shout out to Martin Winchester for his amazing programming skills. This website is a very important platform for us. We believe urban housing demands architects to take a stance. Current urban dynamics back for a debate, and housing design, both policies and buildings, is and are a public affair.
So the way in which we've organized the material, both in our exhibitions and in the website, is by row where the work is displayed in a multiscalar lens, highlighting reciprocal relationships between the city, the housing types, the homes, and its inhabitants. In the lower row, we see the typological manipulations showcasing a repertoire of design operations that allow us to intervene on housing types.
So the case studies built in the last 15 years are assessed and classified into 6 typological categories: high-rise compound, medium-rise compound, low-rise and low-rise compound. The 3 cities run in rows and the categories run in columns. This comparative study allows to point out current general trends exemplified by these very generic typological terms, while the city-specific classification highlights how particular typological aspects are distinct in each metropolitan context.
Oh, sorry. So for this, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
So within each category, the naming of the class related to the city expresses the local particulars of the type. So within detached high-rise, when we go to London, for example.
Oh, sorry, now I'm back. But the screen is not. Now we're going. So particularly, sorry, in London, we looked at the high-rise in the form of a detached tower in a purely residential, compact and vertical format. Here you can see the case studies that we looked at. Another example of the high-density tower is the high-rise, high-density slab in Santiago. So what is particular of this type is the kind of layout in a corridor format and very high density, much tighter units. And then Shanghai Suzhou, we were looking in particular at the mixed-use tower, which is a very interesting exemplary whereby residential use is mixed with other types of uses. The underlying focus is a typological investigation with the expectation that types can provide a framework to deal with complex urban variables.
So these example themes are a selection of 20 themes that initiate the design's speculative interrogation of our case studies, such as sites, boundaries, density, intensity, iconicity, circulation, etc. These itineraries provide an analytical lens through which the housing production is studied. Their analysis offers a perspective on current economic, social, and technical variables that drive the design of housing in different contexts.
So, for example, we looked at the theme sites, and through these examples, we looked at infill operations in the 3 cities. Each exemplify how new sites can be generated as a form of densification. So here in London, we looked at the backyard of row houses. In Santiago, we looked at rooftops as possibility of new site generation. Then we looked also in Santiago at land strips. And Shanghai Suzhou allowed us to also investigate the possibility of underground densification.
The research began with an investigation on looking at exemplary housing studios in the 20th century as a way to look at how certain design ideas, operations, and problems were thematized. The pedagogic lens allowed us to look at how preconceived notions of spatial efficiency, programmatic, private versus public segregation, and other modernist inheritances should be questioned. During this research, we came across at the Bauhaus archive the How Do We Live Healthily and Economically movie directed by Walter Gropius, and that was first shown during the opening ceremonies of the Bauhaus building in 1926. With Berlin at its focus. The intention was to reach a wide audience, raising of awareness first, on the first row, the dire living conditions. Then what new types of homes and new lifestyles does the Bauhaus offer, and what sort of construction solution can facilitate that. This was made for promotional and educational purposes with in mind involving all stakeholders of the housing production. This movie and its structure really prompted the methodology of our research and operationalizing the pedagogic approach in our investigations.
So our design workshops that have taken place in the three settings, in the three urban settings, have used the opportunity of design as a form of investigation. The research has been developed as a way to rethink housing studios, in particular, their outcomes as a way of impacting within our profession. We have conducted workshops in London, Santiago, and Shanghai, Suzhou, 2017 till today.
In order to face this question and the topic of how do we live, we explored it by fragmenting it into four strands: crisis as method, types as context, language as politics, and how do we live now. These four strands are the ones through which we have organized the symposium: crisis, typology, language politics, and how do we live now.
With the goal of expanding our research, we have invited the following panelists to present their work on these three cities. It is our pleasure to introduce this wonderful lineup of presenters that either in presence or online have enthusiastically accepted our short notice invitation. We thank everyone for adjusting their schedules so as to fit their time zones, in particular the presenters joining from Shanghai. So now we introduce the first panel on crisis.
So we open our first panel, crisis. Crisis is understood as a turning point, a time when a difficult or important decision must be made. The term forces us to recognize certain design problems so as to propose solutions. The question for the panelists is, what defines the housing crisis of these cities today? By forcing the notion of crisis as methodology, existing policies and types may be questioned. So I would like to invite our panel chair, Camilo Buono. Camilo Buono is a professor of urban design and critical theory at the Bartlett Development Planning Unit, and a professor of architecture at the urban design at Politecnico di Torino in Italy. He's the co-director of UCL Urban Laboratory. Camilo's research has centered on the encounters between critical theory, radical philosophy, and urban design processes. He worked in development and in humanitarian practice since the 90s. And after his PhD, continued to engage in research and architecture practices globally. So Camilo, welcome to our chairing our panel. And
if you, I don't know how we switch now. Yes, we're to Camilo. Yes, hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, even digitally. You gave me a very, very important task, and it's a privilege to me chairing this first panel of a very interesting and stimulating symposium based on the project you have done. So I'll do my utmost best to introduce the very good friends and people that have accepted to share their own thoughts on the different three cities, which I think is a marvelous debate across numbers of geographies and problematique, if you want. But it is a very, very complicated task for the time that we have been given. So I'm sure that each of the panelists would stack on the time that has been assigned, and therefore would be able to have little conversations and questions and discussions towards the end. So I'll briefly introduce all the six panelists, one following the other, and then I'll give the floor immediately to Santiago, Chile, then move to London, and then to Shanghai, Suzhou. So I'm going to read the little short biography that has been given today. So from Santiago, we have two very good friends and very global scholars, Professor Luis Eduardo Bresciani, which is an architect and an urban designer with more than 25 years of experience in public and private urban projects. He is an associate professor and director of the School of Architecture at the Pontificia Universidad Católica of Chile, and previously he serves as the president of the National Urban Development Council of Chile from 2014 to 2018. Has been director of the Urban Development Division of the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism from 2003 to 2010, and the Metropolitan Secretary of Housing and Urbanism from 2001 to 2003. Luis Eduardo Bresciani received his degree in architecture from the architectural school, the Pontificia Universidad Católica of Chile, and the master in urban design at Harvard GSD. The second speaker from Chile is Antonio Liptai, and Antonio Liptai has his work as an office in Bohigas and Mackay, David Chipperfield, and at the LSE Enterprise, alongside with Ricky Burdett and Richie Sennett. He's a housing consultant for the municipalities of Camden and Southwark in London, and is founding partner of the Mobile Arquitectos in Chile, where he has developed projects in different areas. Amongst the most outstanding, there are the design public space in Cerro Toro and Santo Domingo in Valparaíso, the Nueva Plaza de Maipú in Santiago, then the station line 6 and 7 of the Santiago Metro, the Hotel Tierra de Chiloé in Bupa Clinic, and several others across the Pan American Village and in other different places. He has also work at the LSE and East London, and he's currently directing the Masters in Urban project at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile in Santiago. From London, we have John Burr. John Broughton has a social historian whose book Municipal Dreams, The Rise and Fall of Council Housing was published by Verso in April 2018. He's an honorary senior research fellow at the School of Architecture at the University of Liverpool. And John has published in the Historian and Labor Histories and give talk on housing to a range of audience, including us today. And he is involved in a number of housing campaigns, lives in London, and he has a very interesting blog that I would recommend you to go and visit. From London, we also have Professor Loretta Lees, who is an author of an urban geographer and a scholar or activist internationally known for her research on gentrification and urban regeneration and global urbanism and urban policy, urban public space, and architecture and urban social theory. She is the co-organizer of the Urban Saloon, a London forum for architecture, cities, and international urbanism, and she's currently the chair of the London Housing Panel for the Mayor of London and the Trust London. From July to 2022, she will be the incoming director of the Initiative on Cities at Boston University in the US. She's the co-author of Gentrification 2008, Planetary Gentrification 2016, and the forthcoming Defensible Space, Mobilization in English Housing Policy and Practice, upcoming in 2022. From Shanghai, Suzhou, we have Jiaotong. Jiat is a lecturer at the Liverpool School of Architecture. As part of the Hong Kong Design History Network, she curated the Hong Kong Pavilion in London Design Biennale in June 2021. Her current research with Daniel Maurice Cooper investigates the disappearance of Vietnamese refugee camps in Hong Kong. The research has been awarded the Lord Wilson Heritage Trust in 2021. She's trained as an architect and has worked as a strategic planner and architectural designer. From 2011 to 2015, she works as a fellow at Urbanus in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and she led several large-scale design projects, including the Shum Yup Upper Hill Loft. Again, in the last, from Shanghai, Suzhou, we had Wan Jian, who received a PhD in management in the built environment housing governance from the Delft University of Technology, and an MA design urban planning, and a B.Eng in landscape architecture from Tongji University. Her working interest is using quantitative and qualitative methods to understand how housing is governed in city, particularly how public rental housing or social housing is provided and managed by different stakeholders. She has published widely in scholarly journals as the Housing Studies and the Journal for Housing and Built Environment. And she's also the author of the book Public Rental Housing Governance in Urban China. So we have a very, very stellar panel, which we have to give sufficient time to present. The question has been laid up very clearly by in the introduction. And I really, really look forward for each of you to address these very complex questions around the crisis, and crisis of what, and crisis of where, and how we can actually think through crisis of housing and through housing in the way the housing design is being considered and perceived. So without further ado, I leave the voice and the microphone to Luis Eduardo, if I remember correctly. And again, thank you very much all to stuck with the time that's been given so we can really enjoy a conversation afterwards. So thank you very much, everyone. And Luis Eduardo, off to you.
Thank you very much, Camilo. Can you hear me? Yeah? Perfect. Good morning, good afternoon for all. Thank you for this wonderful invitation, the opportunity to share ideas, starting from the crisis, and looking forward for new inventions and new solutions, and probably new questions to deal with this, to tackle with these all new problems in the whole world, and especially in the countries like Chile and developing countries. Can I let me see? Can I share my screen? No.
Let's see if someone can help us to let Eduardo share the screen.
Oh, it's disabled.
No, you can.
Now?
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. Can you see it?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about Santiago, but of course I'm going to talk about Chile. The idea is to talk about not only about the housing crisis, but also talk about how the housing crisis is creating a social crisis. Now Chile is in the middle of a big political discussion. The housing crisis is in the middle of the social demands, and we are in the middle of the discussion of a new constitution, a national constitution, a new presidential election next Saturday and next week, and probably housing is going to be in the middle of discussion about how to live and how to share and how to improve the democracy. Chile is a country of 18 inhabitants. We have around 6.5 housing units. Santiago has almost 40% of the total population of the country and one annual population growth rate, which implies that we have to produce at least 25,000 units just to couple with the annual growth rate, which is less that we are producing. What are the housing achievements? Thinking about the achievement in the last 30 years. In the last 30 years, the 5 main housing policies objectives are emphasize quality, social integration, and equity, which was the 3 main points of the housing policy today. The reduction of housing deficits, especially focused on low-income families, the reduction of informal settlement, the slums, which is very low in Chile, and the improve of the stock of housing, the deteriorate the quality of the neighborhood and the low quality public housing that we produced during the last 30, 40 years. And of course, support the development of housing in rural areas, because despite 90% of the Chileans live in cities, we have also many small towns that need to have a housing policy. Santiago, focus on Santiago. Focus on Santiago. The production of housing has been based basically on subsidized and subsidized, allowing the increase of supply of housing for the poor, basically ensuring basic standards of organization, access to services, and quality of constructions. System which are being based on the strong growth of the private sector. This is what was and is in right now the main framework of the housing policy. It's a very subsidized housing policy based on the role of the private sector. We also simultaneously we have increasing by means of subsidies, by means of an aggressive land use planning to facilitate real estate development in density in order to expand the supply of housing in center cities, which has generated intense process of renovation of urban centers. The supply of housing in density has been answered for many social groups, transforming the real estate market, of course. Today, 75% of the homes built in Santiago are high-rises, which was at the beginning a good answer in order to create social integration and access to public transportation services and quality urban spaces. But at the same time, however, this trend has increased land prices and generated conflict with neighbors, and which has raised value, reduced affordability, and reduced the access to housing for many. So we are facing high conflicts, low satisfaction in terms of housing affordability and access, and low affordability. Just to look at the comparing the dissatisfaction between with housing, comparing with the OECD countries, Chile is in the lower rank. Chile is one of the countries with the lowest rate of satisfaction in access to quality housing. This satisfaction is even higher among low-income households, 40% of the total household, showing the highest access of, showing the highest level of security and tenure and access. So today, despite the increase on production of housing and for low-income housing during the last 30 years, today, most of the population, not only low-income families, but also middle-income families, are facing a very strong dissatisfaction in terms of affordability, access, and location of those houses. So, first of all, we are facing a homeless crisis. Around more than 10% of the Chilean households, they don't have a shelter. They don't have a house. They live inside with other family. They live in a slum or maybe in informal settlement. For instance, 280,000 households live with other families without a shelter, with access in rent or houses in property to houses, which is also around 12% of the total houses in Santiago, which is also creating a strong conflict inside of the neighborhood, conflicts inside of the community, and of course a very high rate of dissatisfaction, because the time that takes for many of these families access to a property, to a house as an ownership, or a house as a rented. For many families, it takes around 10 years to have an access to public housing. We also today, which is not so high in number, we are facing a strong crisis of the increasing of informal settlement, slums in Chile. In Chile, around 82,000 households live in slums, in informal settlements, which is not so high, although the number of households living in informal settlement in Chile is only 1.4% of the total number of households, lower than the 25% in Latin America. This figure has doubled in the last 2 years, aggravating, increasing the situation of extreme poverty of the city. So we used to say that the growing of informal settlement and the growing of slum is not maybe a problem of massive demand of housing, but it's a symptom of the crisis that those families are facing. They don't have access to rent. They don't have access to property. They don't can live with other families using the same public housing because of the overcrowding. This fact is a clear symptom of the failure of the market policy to access affordable housing in Chile. But in Santiago, that increased even more dramatic in less than 2 years. In the last year, caused in part by the pandemic and the economic crisis, the informal settlement in Chilean and foreign, the informal settlement has grown with Chilean families, with foreign migrants, has tripled from 6,000 families to maybe 2 years ago to 20,000 homes today. For instance, just to show the overcrowding rates, the other big problem that is creating this dissatisfaction, this increasing number of informal settlements and slums, is because of the high inequality in terms of the quality and the quality and the size of the houses. For instance, this graph shows different communes in Santiago. Santiago, the metropolitan area of Santiago, is very fragmented into different municipalities, which is also another problem of governance for the housing. And for instance, maybe the average of overcrowding in Chile is around 7%, but the overcrowding in the upper income communes is around 2 and 3, and the overcrowding rate in most of the low and middle income communes are around 15 to 20, which is probably in the average not so high like in other countries in Latin America, but the inequality in the city is very severe. So that is increasing this kind of dissatisfaction and also increasing the conflict inside of the city and inside of the society. The other problem in terms of the name, in terms of the numbers, at the beginning of the democracy in the 90s, Chile was able to produce a lot of housing in order to reduce the overcrowding and to reduce the slums. But dissatisfaction is the direct result of the deterioration of the Chilean housing policy in the recent year. Only in Santiago, the housing deficit stopped of decreasing, increasing seriously in the last 10 years. We are not capable today of producing at least the number of houses necessary for population growth, for annual population growth, much less to provide housing for those who don't have it. The supply of houses is half of what we should be producing today. The cause of this failure are mainly in the excessive confidence on the market mechanism, the subsidies mechanism, putting aside the projects, the concept of the project, and the role of the public sector and the communities inside and in the middle of the process of the solution. Just to show this change in the last just 12 months, this is a slum. This is an example of a camp and slum created in the last year in the grounds of a former sanitary landfill. It's a reflection of the severity of the crisis. Since October of 2020, more than 5,000 people have occupied these 20-hectare sites, mainly many of them foreigners, mainly for instance, for IT. So this has happened just in 1 year. Of course, creating a strong political discussion in Chile between the idea of slum upgrading and slum clearance. So probably one of the big discussions about housing is what we are going to take in the last weekend in the presidential election between candidates that want to provide or want to increase clearance of slums, these cases, and others which want to work with the communities upgrading these conditions. The other case is the cityless, the idea that people don't have access to quality of life, the just city. And more than 30% of households in Santiago, they don't have access to the minimum quality of urban houses. After 40 years of massive and cheap construction of social housing, added to the legacy of underinvestment in housing stock, between 20 and 30% of the house have very low standard of quality and size. This produces thousands of neighborhoods in serious process of urban decay, social degradation, social exclusion, because at least they are located in the outskirts, which increase the violence and the loss of social capital. For instance, in Santiago, this map shows the areas of quality, of high urban quality and low urban quality. In the dark areas are where live most of the upper income and middle income families with high urban quality. Santiago has bad access to quality of infrastructure, social cohesion in urban neighborhoods. Despite the great advances in public transportation, public transit, infrastructure, and service, today we estimate that more than 33% of the population of Santiago live in areas in neighborhoods with urban deprivation, low standard of urban quality, and unequal access to public goods, which shows one of the weaknesses of the urban policy, which is very severe and create this map, this landscape also of inequality. This also is created by the land market. The land market, which is completely free, no regulated in Santiago, is creating this map of inequality due to the housing policy based almost exclusively on demand subsidies. The price of lands play a key role in the construction and location of housing for the poor and for the middle classes too. In absence of supply of public projects, this factor define the urban landscape of social segregation. For instance, in the city of Santiago, it's practically impossible to build housing projects for families for the 40% poor. This has forced the design of new formulas, of course, to create, for instance, income mixed projects able to pay for the land, and also discuss the idea of inclusionary zoning mechanism to resolve this landscape of inequality created by the market. So, this is the map due to the housing policy based on demand subsidy and the price. This is the map of the social segregation. Santiago has a map of a landscape of strong social segregation, where the poor live with the poor, where the upper income live only with the upper income, where the middle classes live only with the middle classes, creating this strong zoning of social segregation that was increased by the land prices, by the market, but increased also by the public policy confident only on demand subsidies. This creates this landscape of housing segregation. For instance, this is the area of Bajos de Mena in the south of Santiago. This is in the periphery of Santiago, which were more than 105,000 people live only completely segregated from the city, from the land, from the market of jobs, from the services, for instance. But also in the other side, has created this increased need for a density, but a bad density, a density created by the market in order to resolve the demand for middle classes in very well located neighborhood, but the very bad land use planning and the lack of community organization have created this landscape of conflict where just the market increase high rises where the communities can support by means of public spaces or by means different kind of organization the way to accommodate process of redevelopment or process of regeneration. It was a case, a very conflicting case in the last 5 years. So just for the end, around one of 3 Chileans, they don't have access, what we say, to a just city because of access to public goods, quality of neighborhood, but also because of access to quality housing, stock degraded and lack of housing. For that, new projects, new strategies of social housing have been appearing and increasing, but probably need a new kind of public policy, less confident on the market, more organized into the strong role of the public sector and the communities and the non-profit organization working in the territories, working in the community, rather than with this centralized system of providing just subsidies to access to the market. This has created conflicts. For instance, this is a strong demand for a housing group, which was demanded during 10 years to access to a housing inside of the city in a neighborhood called Estación Central, Central Station, very well located with access to jobs, services, and public space. Finally, they were able to organize by means of pressure, by means of political organization, to create and redesign with the architects a co-housing community where all the people organizing were able to participate and be part of the design of the housing, with part of the process of dealing with the public sector, with the commune, and also organizing the social cohesion in order to transform this public housing into a process of community rather just an individual access. There is also another kind of project that has been appearing during the last years, increasing the construction not only of public housing, high-rise, middle, high-rise public housing, but also mixed-income neighborhoods, low middle-income housing by means of subsidies, but also using inclusionary zoning techniques to providing inside of the city and better location places for social housing, but mixing social housing and middle income housing in very well located neighborhood like this one in the Comuna La Florida, connected with a metro station, with services, with retail and public services. But also in the last year, many architects have been working with communities, with not-profit organizations and commune in order to design and provide social rental housing. This called Inmobiliaria Popular, the popular real estate company, that's the name, was designed not just to provide a home ownership, but also create housing inside of existing neighborhood, very well located, close to a public station, with houses for renting. managed by the community, managed by the municipality, but in order to have a public stock, which is always available for low-income people that need to access to very well-located houses inside of the city, rather than to expose to put housing in the outskirts and the periphery. But also others have been exploring the idea of building new houses inside of the existing neighborhood by means of density, co-housing, very micro density, building small houses with 3, 4 apartments inside, but inside by means of a social infill in existing neighborhood, which were designed 50 years ago by means of detached houses, small detached houses, public houses, but now are being demolished and transformed, working with the same communities and with the same household in order to provide more density for the people who want to live there, but they need more space. And of course, the idea of incremental housing that Elemental and Alejandro Aravena is pushing in the last years in order to increase this ability to design projects which are able to transform in the time, to expand by means of the work of the communities, increasing the size of the housing, increasing the quality of the housing, increasing the social cohesion by means of public participation on that. So just to end, the new focus is changing from the existing approach of shelter and urbanization, demand subsidies, home ownership, with the focus, centralized policies of subsidies, and the idea of public and private development, to a changes from shelter urbanization to more urban equity, from demand subsidies to projects, thinking about projects rather than just vouchers, thinking about ownership to secure tenure, which means combining home ownership and protected renting houses for a centralized system which has not ability to diversify the solution and to increase the cohesion and the working with the community to a very decentralized process of building houses, working with non-profit organizations, communities, and of course communes and municipalities, and changing from public to private to a more associative and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis Eduardo. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. A lot to think about. Antonio, let's be there.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to put my chronometer now.
Sure. Yes. Please let me know if I'm, going. I can see somebody in the background. I can hear somebody in the background. You see my screen now? Probably.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, thank you very much to the organization, to everyone who's been pushing for this project. I have no idea how I got involved in this, and really I'm probably not fully prepared to do a very deep insight to this question, but I will try to answer or to draw certain attention to issues that I think are relevant around the idea of a crisis. It's important also to clarify that my approach is the approach of a practitioner who at some point landed in academic work. Since I came back from London to Chile, I've been working at Universidad Católica, teaching and trying to make the connection between what we see when we practice in the city and what we could bring to the students to learn and to reflect on. Probably my approach also is very political in the sense that I have to be aware, I feel we have to be aware of the political changes This is a CNN Instagram publication last week, which is a picture of the National Constitutional Convention discussing probably the first initial, or let's say the first draft of a law that puts the issue of housing, vivienda, at the top of the discussion. This is the first line that this convention issued after 1 year of being voted. Literally in 15th of November last year, there was a national election to allow this to happen, and a year later it's happening, in the sense that the discussion about housing has to do also with dignity. In this sentence, it says, vivienda digna para los chilenos. So dignity and housing for Chileans, it's something that comes together. I think it's a very powerful image, and probably most of my conversation is going to be around the political aspects of this, the aesthetics of this politics, and mostly try to bring what I call a timeline around the crisis. What defines the housing crisis of cities today was a specific question. So I tried to create a timeline which I found very useful for our students to understand also the where are we in Chile, what is our perspective, and what role Chile has played and Santiago is playing right now within this global crisis. And the second part of my presentation, if I have time, I will show a example of a work that we were lucky enough to develop nearly 12 years ago or something like that. So what defines the crisis? Mostly deficit. So what we see, and I'm very glad that Luis Eduardo did his presentation before me, because we have a very solid data that helps to understand, and he gave an incredible clear profile. This 30% of cityless, as he called it, people with no access to quality, but also people with no access to homes, puts a stress on this issue of the deficit. So we ask ourselves, why is deficit always growing? If we focus on what happened from the second half of the 20th century in Chile, it's been an increase in social policies, housing policies, very sustainable and very successful throughout all these years, that are focusing on not only resolving the issues of the most vulnerable part of society, those who don't have homes or those who have no support to access to a house, into a more sophisticated and more developed system of political, participation from the community, as Luis Eduardo was describing, in which a community has a say in, about the design of their house, the design of the space of the house. However, the problem remains the same, which is the location. The brutal expansion of the city, the consumption of the land, has not stopped since the beginning of these policies. The role of the states changes also dramatically after the coup in 1973. So today we have a very strong neoliberal policy that doesn't allow the state to provide housing. The state provides mechanism and provides vouchers. So people need to find a home within the market. So to me, this building up this timeline, after seeing more or less what's the main issue around housing and the crisis in Chile, deficit on one hand, and the claim, the social crisis that comes with it, and the social claim for dignity, needed to take a step back and have a, I would say, a panoramic view to understand how this happened, how we all got to here, and maybe to find a way in which we can get out. So I put this issues in these titles. One is the growth and expansion without limits, the birth of the suburbs and periphery, and the new capitalist paradigm, the decade of the 70s, dictatorships in Latin America, and the strategy of internationalization of capital. And this, span of time between the 1980s to today, in the 2000s, which I call the big time for the economy, which pretty much have been the main driver and the main factor to define the shape of the city. So we talk about typologies, but we need to talk about the typology of the city. So when we talk about the growth of expansion and expansion without limits, we're pretty much talking about, and I took this image from the book edited by Mark Argelin. It's a book by the ETH Zurich Housing in Cairo. Our society is committed to growth without limit, and it grows at a constant rate since its objective is that the growth generates a profit. And as in any capitalist industry, this growth is based on two fundamental aspects or factors: labor and material that are acquired at a certain value. These produce a commodity at a certain value that are sold to generate profit or surplus. The problem, and this is very basic to understand, the problem arises when the resources at some point will be consumed in their entirety, since the profit accumulates exponentially, extinguishing the same resources with which the commodity is generated. This is shown the way that land expands and creates informal city, and also the way in which the expansion of the city creates these suburbs. Santiago faces the crisis of both. The consumption of the land, it's in both directions. This is not unusual for a developing economy, but probably the brutality of this is the difference, the distance that is created not only physically but socially between the two is too extreme to say. Second, the birth of the suburbs and the new capitalist paradigm. I found that this is something that not many have put attention to, and it has to do with also see our society, Chilean society, or Latin American society from the perspective of living in America as a continent. So clearly what happened in the United States after the Second World War also had to do with this. America had to resolve a threat of economic recession and depression after the war. And that was a key moment in which, this idea of ownership of a home, this nice classic image of the Levittown and Long Island in the 1950s, being a home owner turned into a paradigm. That changes a lot in our society, which was way more poorer, but it was seeing the development of America, of North America, as the main economic driver, and somehow we got involved into that development, and that changed in a very clear way the way in which our cities were growing. We're coming from a colonization that set up a very tight urban fabric. And you can see clearly after the 50s how this urban fabric started to grow outwards from the city center and we assume, that expansion of the city as a normal way of growing. In parallel, which I took this image it is referential from this interesting book by Luis Monsingo, Pastoral Capitalism, A History of Suburban Corporate Landscape, where she says something very interesting. So this term, how the expansion of the city also has to do with the location of the corporate world. So the suburbs in America were both housing and corporate world, and how that changed the landscape, not only the physical landscape, but the social landscape, even the change in moral and spatial codes. This definitely had a very strong impact in how our city developed, and things that I found that are very difficult to turn around from or to revert. Then we have this, what I call the decade of the 70s, dictatorships and the strategy of internalization of capital, which clearly for us in Chile was, very obvious. Political changes needed to be put in place once, economy was pressing, and this also it's very obvious, or it's very transparent when you read some of the, text by David Harvey, which, I think it's very key. The political changes in Latin America also were, in a way, necessary, or they were justified at that time, because the social movements that they were growing within the city. So the social crisis at that time probably had to do more with labor than housing, but it's in a way a similar crisis. At the same time that La Moneda was being bombed, the Twin Towers were being built. So this internationalization of the capital also had an impact in our political reality and the way in which the game was to be played after the coup. The market took ownership in the way in which the city was shaped. Obviously, lots of mechanisms through planning, through exercises to bring communities together were necessary and were put in place. But still, until today, the market is dictating pretty much how the city is being shaped. And just to finish with this attempt to create a timeline, this big time economy, I would say from the 1990s, the growth of capital growth depended heavily on urbanization processes. And there's a turning point in the 2008 subprime crisis. Chile was capable to cope with the crisis because it was producing a large amount of copper. And the way in which China was able to resist the impact at that time of the crisis subprime was creating and fostering a massive transformation of the urban landscape by growing, by building, by accelerating the expansion of the cities upwards and outwards. So locally, probably in the last 15 years is when we have seen a more radical increase in expansion within Chile, as it was shown before. The densification in the last 15 years has become, a typological characteristic of how the city is being able to create a larger offer, now not for ownership, but for rental property. And this is connected with social changes, like this ad. I remember this was 2000 or 2002 in London, the iPod, that reflects, as Charles Jenks somehow comments, and the dissolution of the common, and the increase in this individualism that has to do with the economic success or growth. And that happens at the same time that, housing was developed, and the expansion of the city, the social housing created areas that were so far from the city center, they're still very far from the areas where work and education and social infrastructure is developed. So some of these housing projects have been, starting to be demolished, to be replaced. So apparently the problem is expansion, growing, and when that doesn't work, we have to demolish those to replace them, or to let again the cracks in planning and local planning, or the expansion again of the capital as a global investments behind these kind of operations, to create this incredibly dense and out of context projects. Just to finalize.
Antonio?
Yeah.
I think that, sorry, but in order to keep going with the rest of the presenters, maybe we leave the examples for the typology panel discussion, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. It's just, I think that was enough, and but I just wanted to show one example, but it's okay. We can leave it like that. It's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, thank you. We need to help each other with the time, because otherwise we're going very, very bankrupted. So thank you, Antonio. We'll come back later on. And thank you for the suggestion. John, let's fast back to London from Santiago. And I know that it's very desperate to switch and compact everything so interesting in all the different cases. But thank you very much for keep around the 15 minutes. And thank you, Antonio. John, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll share my screen. Okay, is that working satisfactorily for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to talk. I feel quite humble not to a very distinguished panel. I'm going to talk quickly about the crisis in public housing in Britain, and in particular London. And of course, public housing was a very major component of the British housing provision, housing around 1/3 of the population in the early 1980s. Before I do that specifically, I'm going to talk briefly about my book and the blog. I was asked to do this. I'm not sort of bigging myself up, but I hope and believe perhaps it's been quite a relevant intervention into discussion around public housing, housing provision, and so on. So, as I say, briefly about the book, you can see it on the screen there. And the significant thing about the book for me is that it was a mainstream publication for the general reader in an affordable format. So I'm pleased to say quite widely read. It's a celebration of public housing in the UK, not a sugar-coated kind of history, but something which honours that history and recognises its achievements against what became a very stigmatising narrative. I have a forthcoming book to be published by the Royal Institute of British Architects on the history of council housing in 100 estates. And the book itself derived from a blog which began in 2013. And you probably can't make too much of that, but what I'm hoping to illustrate is a very sort of diverse and deliberately eclectic geographic and sort of topical range. I'm a social historian. I had to sort of, I wasn't an academic, so I had some freedom and leeway to pursue widely and actually speak, I think, to a wide range of people in various parts of the country. And the good thing about the blog is that it has become a resource. I'm pleased to offer guest posts, in some cases to housing, people working in housing and conservation, academics, as you can see on the left-hand side, but also, which I think is really important for the aim of the project, to give voice to residents or past residents, as you can see on the right-hand side. And I'll just give you a very brief kind of insight into what I think is really has been quite successful. You probably can't read all that data, but the blog has achieved to the present around 1.8 million views, over 1 million visitors, and we're averaging around 20,000 views per month. And as I say, the reason I say that, also incidentally, of course, Twitter, which is pretty vile sometimes, but actually is a great resource when used appropriately, and has been very significant for me in terms of disseminating my work. So yes, as I say, I think the significance, I hope, of this is that what had become a very negative and demonising narrative around council housing, really from the 1970s into the 80s onwards, has turned around, I think, to some significant degree. Obviously, not wholly as a result of my book and blog. I think it's a huge change in public opinion too, but I hope that some of my work has been at least a small part of that. Now, I'm going to talk about London, and just very quickly to talk through some of the major kind of changes since the 1980s. Our politics wasn't quite as dramatic as Chile's in the 70s and 80s, but obviously 1979, Mrs. Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher, comes to power, and we do have our own version of neoliberalism to contend with, which had a very powerful impact on public housing. And when I talk about public housing, of course, in the British context, I mean what we call council housing, overwhelmingly, at least historically, housing built by local authorities and municipalities. And the graph there, focusing on London from 1981 to more or less the present, gives you some indication of how things have changed. Social rented accommodation from being the largest single form of tenure, around 35% across the capital, reaching up to 60% in the inner city, over 80% where I live in East London, is now in fact the smallest form of tenure. And you can see some other shifts there, but particularly the rise from a low point of the private rental sector. So that's been a huge change. In 1981, there were around 950,000 social rent homes, council housing, predominantly in London, and that's fallen to around just over 800,000, so a net loss of around 150,000 social rent homes in that period. And looking at new build, which is kind of the other side of the coin, the graph is maybe a little bit difficult to make out, but you can see historically in the blue areas the contribution made by councils to new build, to the provision of new housing, reaching between 10 and 20,000 units per year into the 70s and well, collapsing dramatically, as you can see, very dramatically into the 80s and 90s. Slight shortfall made up by housing associations, third sector housing, but overall, of course, the catastrophic collapse in new build. Right to buy, which was the right given by Mrs. Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher in 1981, of sitting tenants to buy their council homes at a very significant discount, has obviously had a huge impact. By 2020, around 311,000 council homes were lost to right to buy. They entered initially into owner occupation, and as those homes have moved on to a second generation, around over 40% of those homes are now in the private rental sector. So we have the kind of Alice in Wonderland situation of private rental homes, far higher rents than council homes, sometimes being rented by councils in order to house homeless families, etc. It's been had a major and quite significant impact on housing stock and affordability. Regeneration of council estates has been significant since the 1980s. In essence, or in intention, sometimes a progressive move and a necessary move. The state needs to be improved and maintained. But the particular kind of form that has taken, that has assumed in the UK has been, and in London particularly, has been highly problematic. Again, you get some sense of that from the statistics there, but to kind of summarise those statistics, since 1997, we've lost around 55,000 council homes in the regeneration of 166 estates. 130,000 tenants have been, and leaseholders have been displaced. So regeneration in itself, perhaps, as I say, a necessary process in many cases, has been applied in a particular way, which has led to a significant net loss of social rent homes. I'm going to tell some of this story in a case study, just one particular example of a London estate, and that's the estate in Lewisham. You can see it there in its Thameside setting. This was an estate built on land belonging to the Admiralty, the Royal Navy, a former shipyard, which was acquired by the then London County Council in 1958. And alongside clearance areas adjacent, around 45 acres were acquired, in which the London County Council planned 1,500 new council homes, housing a population of 5,000. Officially opened in 1966, completed in 1973. You can see some of what was built in those early images. 10 interconnected 8-storey blocks, 3 24-storey tower blocks, some low-rise houses missed that, and rehabilitated former Admiralty naval buildings here. And this was very much a showpiece estate for what became the Greater London Council after 1965. They showed it off very proudly and rightly so, commenting on the grouping of the lower buildings, showing quiet green squares formed, and children's spaces formed, around 12.5 acres of open space in total. Looking at further images, the separation of cars and pedestrians, which of course then was the great mantra of the day. It's seen in this above-ground shopping centre and some of the walkways that you can see in the image to the right. And it was, as I say, to repeat myself, very much a showpiece estate, this strangely surviving Greater London Council signboard there. And as the resident, people were fighting to move on to the estate, and lucky ones felt privileged. They were proud to be part of the showcase, spotlessly clean and well looked after. This was overwhelmingly a very successful estate, built with great care and great pride, I think, in terms of its design, architecture and social provision. It was very much a kind of manifestation of the welfare state of the day, a range of housing for a range of age groups, deliberate attempts to foster community, a tenant club room, an old people's club room, youth club, health clinics and schools. And the Pepys estate had slightly higher rents, about £5 to £8 a week in its early days. And it was, and I'll come back to this because it becomes significant, it was an all-white, in terms of ethnicity, it was a very overwhelmingly white estate. And that reflected what was an informal but sort of quite tightly enforced allocations policy by the Greater London Council. Thought that to put it crudely, races prefer to live separately. So this is, of course, problematic, and it becomes problematic. Far more becomes problematic by the late 70s. It's quite a quick turnaround in terms of what was celebrated in the 60s and early 70s, whereas by the later 70s, you can see from the local press the kind of complaints being made about antisocial behaviour, the prevalence of crime, and another element of this was racism on the estates as incoming residents from black and minority ethnic communities came onto the state and met a degree of resistance and resentment and hostility, I'm afraid to say, from a minority, but a significant minority of existing residents. And you can see the problem there. You can see crime is often exaggerated on council estates. It's picked out by the local media and so on. So I don't want to kind of form part of that narrative, but there is no doubt that in the early 80s, crime was a problem. And as I say, as you can see on the right, racism was a problem in the kind of complex mix of attitudes on display from long-standing white residents who felt that the estate was theirs. It was theirs to pass on, as it were, to their sons and daughters, and the resentment of incomers who they felt were handed the estate without sort of strong local connection. So what explains this turnaround? This showpiece to sink estate is one of the terms that people employ in Britain. Well, one prevalent explanation in the 1980s, and this of course derives from Oscar Newman in 1972, his book Defensible Space. It was popularised in Britain by Alice Coleman in her book in 1985 and took it on trial. And this becomes a very common explanation of why estates, council estates, fail or seem to fail by hostile observers. And you can see the Sacred Neighbourhoods report on the Peeps estate talks about its interconnectedness, the lack of defensible space, the opportunity for surveillance, the lack of opportunity for surveillance over common parts. This is all classic defensible space discourse. It's ironic to say, of course, that the walkways that you can see had been very successful in the early years. There have been areas where people did meet and congregate, socialise, and yet by 10, 15 years later, that whole language and understanding is reversed in a very hostile way. So this is the kind of common sense that was applied to so-called failing estates, including the Peeps estate in the early 80s. And without simplifying too much, I think what is lacking in that conversation is actually a huge kind of shift that took place in council housing and its community in that era. Council estates had previously housed a relatively affluent and employed working class in the 1980s, and the kind of deindustrialisation of that era in the UK. As you can see locally, the borough lost 10,000 jobs, very high unemployment on the estate itself. Secondly, and you can put this in the context of those graphs you saw earlier, you have what is termed residualisation. Council estates which had previously, as I just mentioned, housed a relatively affluent and stable and working population, increasingly had to house those in greatest need, those most vulnerable, those that were deemed in priority need by the legislation of the day. So this process of residualisation, of course, is experienced quite harshly by existing residents, as you can see in those two quotes, which express it quite graphically. So regeneration starts from the 1980s. You can see a whole kind of swathe of regeneration initiatives that swept across British council estates in the 80s and 90s, the Safe Neighbourhoods Estate Action Programme that was referenced in 1982, the so-called City Challenge in 92, single regeneration budget. I don't need to go into those details, but various changes taking place. What were those changes? Well, in some cases, they were quite sensible initiatives, entry phone systems, strengthened front doors to combat crime. In the City Challenge, £29 million spent on the estate, demolished one of the 8-storey blocks and replaced, as was typical in its time, by a sort of a mixed tenure development. And you can see that more powerfully from 1999. And one of the other features of council housing in this period was large-scale voluntary transfer, so-called, whereby councils, local authorities transferred their stock, not that voluntarily in many cases, but transferred it to the third sector, to housing associations. And in 1999, the Pepys estate was transferred to the ownership of the Hyde Housing Association. And there's their glossy brochure, and there's the implementation of their planning, which you can see was quite controversial. Regeneration is social cleansing is the slogan painted there by protesters. And what the Hyde Housing Association does is demolish 5 of the estate's low-rise blocks, 4 of which had actually already been improved under previous regeneration. And these were those that were closest to the river, most attractive to newcomers, and they were replaced from being 100% social housing to being mixed tenure, shared ownership, and social rent. Tenure blind, which is perhaps a positive thing, and then rebuilt in that rather sort of generic New London vernacular, so-called. And the most kind of trenchant and powerful example of this form of regeneration was the sell-off of Aragon Tower. That was the tower closest, the point block closest to the river, and it was sold in 2002 to private developers, Berkeley Homes. Sold for 11.5 million. Berkeley Homes add 5 stories of penthouse suites at the top. And you can see the kind of marketing went into this new, now private scheme. The loss of the Aragon Tower social housing led to the loss of 144 council flats. And regeneration in this form is really quite aptly summarised by the London Borough of Lewisham's Director of Regeneration on the left there. The key to successful communities, in his view, is a good mix of people, tenants, leaseholders and freeholders. The Pepys estate has a monolithic concentration of public housing, and it makes sense to break that up a bit and bring in a different mix of incomes and people with spending power. Now, there was time, of course, when council tenants had spending power, but it's a shift. It's a sign of the shift that's taking place in that community in that era. But rather than actually improve the lives and incomes of the council tenants, you can see there the basic intent is to sort of remove some of them and to import those with middle class incomes and lifestyles. So here's the new kind of planning mantra: mixed communities, not a bad thing in all. Nye Bevan, who was born today in 1897, Minister of Health and Housing, believed that council housing should serve a mixed community. And council estates did contain that, but less so since that process of digitalisation. But anyway, mixed communities, mixed tenure, stock transfer that we saw, all predicated or financed by public-private partnership and cross-subsidy. And what that's meant in the Pepys estate has been some improved housing, some good quality regeneration, but the loss of 366 council homes across the estate.
Thank you, John. Sorry, time is going up, so if you want to conclude.
That's my last slide, and
we know that we're being extremely pushy, and we apologize for that, but we need to run a little bit faster, especially because of our presenters in Shanghai. Thank you very much.
Loretta, off to you. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to share. Hang on a second, I don't know what's going on. Can people see my screen now?
Nope.
Yes, no?
No.
Pardon?
No.
No, okay, well, I've got it up. Okay, hang on a second. Let's try again. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe someone can help Loretta's from Venice.
For some reason, it's not connecting to my hard drive.
Okay.
We can bring up. I can.
Hang on a minute, I'll go and see if my partner can help. Hang on.
Okay. Okay.
So this is speaking about prizes sometime.
Give me a call on Friday when this is over, okay? All right, bye.
Okay.
All right, hang on, hopefully I've got some help.
Loretta, we can share it from here. We have your presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Now that you whole screen in green.
Okay, can you guys see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
I had it before, but for some reason it wasn't connecting. Okay, right.
That's all?
Yeah, I think so, thanks. Okay, apologies about that, I'll have to be mega quick then. Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me. Hopefully this will dovetail quite nicely with what John's just said. My title is The Crisis of Gentrification-Induced Displacement on Council Estates in London. So, for a long time, public housing has been seen to be a protection against gentrification in the inner city, but this is no longer the case, and we are now confronted globally with what I would assert is a crisis in the state-led gentrification of public housing. This began to emerge in a third wave of gentrification from the early 1990s that was characterised by interventionist governments working with the private sector to facilitate gentrification. National, federal and local governments became key actors in facilitating gentrification, and it became part of a state-led neoliberal process. This was quite a shift from the more passive state support that was found from the late 70s to the late 80s. Public housing, as John has suggested, began to be redeveloped through mixed communities policy, which resulted, I've argued, in gentrification. That is the demolition of public housing, the displacement of low-income communities, and the in-movement of wealthier populations into this replacement new build housing. So in the early 1990s, the US federal program, Housing Opportunity for People Everywhere, or HOPE-6, began to invest in raising public housing and replacing it with mixed income housing, signalling to real estate investors and developers that the inner city was open for profitable business. It displaced thousands of low-income tenants and increased the prospects of profiting from the redevelopment of inner city areas. In the UK, a new Labour government copied the US's HOPE-6 programme, and the demolition of council estates across the UK began under the guise of social inclusion and building mixed income communities, which essentially dismantled social housing. We're now really, I think, in a kind of fourth wave gentrification, particularly in London, and in some places like in the US, there's talk of a fifth wave, which is very, very linked to housing financialisation. But my talk today is focused on London. So London at the moment is experiencing post-Brexit, post-COVID still, or we're still in COVID, a kind of hyper-gentrification, a kind of extreme or excessive gentrification that other cities like Vancouver in Canada or San Francisco in California has been experiencing. Since the 1990s, council estates have been under threat of gentrification. And they're kind of in the midst of this hyper-gentrification, as local councils began to sell them off to developers who were ready and willing to exploit their state-induced rent gaps. But to convince people that council estates needed to be redeveloped, they were actively stigmatised both by the government, policymakers and the media. This stigmatisation began in the late 1970s when the new right began to attack council estates, especially modernist high-rise council estates, as failures, crime-ridden and architecturally flawed. So John's already mentioned the geographer Alice Coleman, her book Utopia on Trial, who actually put the council high-rise on trial, asserting that design of British high-rise council estates was to blame for the social problems in them. And she especially focused her lens on defensible space, an idea taken from Oscar Newman. But then under New Labour, they also began to stigmatise council estates, clothed as it was in a language about the moral failure of council estate residents and social responsibility to take the poor and disadvantaged out of so-called sink estates. So the Urban Task Force under New Labour said, developing large amounts of social housing in one location does not work. Many existing social housing estates have a strong sense of community, but there's not the economic capacity to make these neighbourhoods work over the long term. As a result, jobs and investment go elsewhere, exacerbating the physical isolation of many of these estates. In the future, we must develop on the basis of mixed tenures and income groups. So New Labour's solution of mixed communities came about, and indeed Tony Blair went onto the Aylesbury estate in London to announce this kind of new policy. And this was an estate which the Independent newspaper described thus. It said, the 7,500 residents of the Aylesbury estate in South London are well aware that their home has become a byword for all that is the worst about the concrete jungles built in haste during the 1960s housing boom. The tabloids kind of got on board. The Sunday People made the Aylesbury an emblem of the government's failure with respect to council estates. One columnist said, estates like the Aylesbury and Haygate are where the new generation of drunks, junkies, muggers and wreckers are all growing up. And the Daily Mail said, to walk around the sprawling landscape of the Aylesbury estate is like visiting hell's waiting room. So this media denigration was very useful, for it branded both the community and its residents as deviant and untrustworthy, and justified paternalistic treatment of them from government. And then ex-Prime Minister David Cameron said, in the worst estates, you're confronted by concrete slabs dropped from on high, brutal high-rise towers and dark alleyways that are a gift to criminals and drug dealers. The police often talk about the importance of designing out crime, but these estates actually designed it in. So what we ended up with then was the gentrification of council estates in London sold as a kind of false choice urbanism, a choice between gentrification or decline. There's a kind of mantra here that there's no alternative, and it's become hegemonic. As the geographer James de Philippus has said, perhaps a key victory for opponents of gentrification would be to find ways to communicate more effectively that either unlivable disinvestment and decay or reinvestment and displacement is actually a false choice for low-income communities. This crisis of displacement being experienced as a result of all this is mainly by low-income, often black and minority ethnic groups. So in some of the work I've been doing over the last 3 years, we've found that since 1997, over 54,000 units have either been demolished or slated for demolition, and that's just on estates of more than 100 units. So a conservative estimate here is that over 135,000 low-income tenants and leaseholders have been or are in the process of being displaced. Reports in the media were around about 50,000 people, so this is significantly higher. If you're interested in this, it's not a blog, but it's an active, growing website that's based off our project. Have a look at estatewatch.london, which lists some of these estates, and it's constantly being kind of updated. So to give you a kind of flavour of this in terms of some of the mapping that I did in the past on these kinds of displacements, you can see in figure 1 here that council tenants from the Haygate estate are displaced out of their neighbourhood, their community. Here, 3,000 people did not get to move back into the new build development, 0 people. But if you compare that to figure 2, The leaseholders, people who bought their properties through right to buy, are pushed out even further. They're displaced even further because they simply can't afford to buy anywhere near to where they used to live. So some interesting tenorial differences in terms of impacts. So the kind of impacts that I've come across in my own work are social, so the destruction of social networks, large family support groups, economic, so leaseholders have lost their investment in the property that they got through right to buy, their savings they've had to spend for moving, people losing their jobs because they've had to move too far away and they can't commute, cultural impacts, community support groups, churches collapsing, things like that, loss of sense of place, health impacts, mental and physical health impacts. GPs have talked about escalations in depression, suicide, things like that. Schooling, children are often having to move schools, or if they wanted to stay in the same school, travel very long distances to retain that kind of link. Which you can see here on the Highgate estate, they've kind of social cleansing here.
Yeah.
In this interview from a displacee from the Aylesbury estate that I did a while ago now, but it really does kind of summarise this in a nutshell, they say, from the very first day that the demolition was announced, the social bond was affected because people knew that ultimately, within the framework of the next few years, they wouldn't be seeing each other on a daily basis again. They wouldn't be part of the same community. I've got a friend who could only afford to move out of the area with what the council was offering him and ended up moving just outside Sidcup in Kent. He's probably in his late 50s, lives with his wife, lived here all his life. He's got people that would see him on a daily basis. His family lives in the area. He's now living there isolated outside Sidcup, having broken all of his social ties. He's suffering from severe depression. I think that's symptomatic of a lot of people. There's a lady who comes back and walks her dog around the estate, even though she's moved out. She'll call into people who she knows. She says she hates it where she is now. Probably again in her late 50s. It's not easy to build social ties, particularly new social ties the older you are. I've heard it has a profound effect on people. I mean, the number of people I've heard who died during this decanting process, the number of people I heard who passed away as a result of having to move, I've no way of keeping track of this, but for me it's genocide. There's also a racialised dimension to this, so Black and minority ethnic residents understand displacement in relation to histories of racial discrimination in the UK and in London in particular, the destruction of ethno-cultural infrastructures and long-standing racialised inequalities. So one Black displacee on the left here says, and he's talking about his family, and I think that the loss of this property would symbolise the loss of that dream, the ideals that they, his family, have kind of lived their lives by. The fact that if you work hard and keep your head down, you can carve out a little space for yourself to enjoy and hand it on to your kids. They're just trying to make ends meet. And so I think it's highly likely that my parents will sort of retire in a cloud of disappointment and go back to Ghana and hopefully never think about this, the UK, ever again. And then on the right, a Latin American displacee said, it feels like we're not wanted, you know. So don't you want us here no more? Do we disturb you? Do they want you? I don't know. So, of course, we're confronted now with these kind of day-to-day realities of social apartheid and phenomenological.
Sí, Tommy. Más encima que lo de la visa waiver no se movió aún.
Sorry, Loretta, 1 second, there's interference from someone.
Yeah, I've been Zoomed on before, it's a bit weird.
And yes.
I'll keep going though, because we're running
Go ahead, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's kind of these realities. So take, for example, on the left here, this is Strata Tower. This is supposed to be a socially mixed high-rise near Elephant Castle in London, okay? The council tenants in the Highgate estate were offered housing association units on the bottom 10 floors here. The bottom 10 floors are social housing, all the rest is private. They have a separate lift for the social tenants and the private tenants. So you don't actually get the kind of social mixing that's supposedly on the brochure for this building. It's actually a form of apartheid. Of course, the media in London's been obsessed with rich doors and poor doors, the separate doors, separate lifts. And then on the right, just to kind of think about this more generally, that even food and commerce and retail changes. So in Brixton here, the kind of changed from the kind of traditional Afro-Caribbean food market to champagne and fromage, predominantly for white gentrifiers. Now, what I've also been working on and actually involved in also is attempts to fight back against this in order to protect public housing and social housing in London. Leaseholders on the Aylesbury estate, the big estate up on the right there, fought the gentrification of their estate in a public inquiry in 2015, in which there was a precedent-setting win. The planning inspector concluded that the compulsory purchase order of leaseholders on the Aylesbury would have significant negative impacts on protected groups, thus breaching the public sector equality duty under the Equality Act of 2010. And the Secretary of State confirmed the ruling. He was concerned that the impact on the majority of the estate, who are from Black or minority ethnic backgrounds, would be disproportionate and they'd have to move out. He was concerned about the disruption to residents' social and cultural lives, including the uprooting of children, and the impact this would have on their education and future employment prospects. But to cut a very long story short, there was another revised public inquiry in 2018 in which the council yet again criticised the architectural design of the Aylesbury estate, even getting people to watch the Oscar Newman YouTube video in which he marched around the Aylesbury estate in the 1970s, castigating it for its lack of defensible space, arguing that the estate was architecturally flawed and it needed to be demolished. The outcome of which was a confidential agreement with the Southwark Council after it published a new rehousing policy in recognition of, quote, the trauma and inconvenience caused to displaced homeowners affected by regeneration.
Sorry, Loretta, I think you're running over, so if you could...
Yeah, that's my last slide. I'm just going to say
perfect.
The crisis has continued. The mayor has introduced ballots on these estates, but the PR teams are now being criticised for actually putting bias into these ballots and trying to kind of sell this. So this is a crisis in London, but I think it's also a crisis elsewhere. Thank you. That's me done.
Thank you very much. So before we continue, I think the healthiest way to go about our delay is to ask, please, for the next panelists, if we can start 30 minutes after the schedule. We will also ask for the next panelists, the ones in the typology group, if we can start with the Shanghai Suzhou presentations first. So then we don't need to make people in Shanghai sleep too late, already late, but not that late. So with that, I welcome our panelists from Shanghai Suzhou now, and I please urge our panelists to keep to our track time. We are really sorry. It was also our maybe mistake of being too ambitious and asking everyone to present in such a brief format. But it's our way also to bring all these very interesting panels together so as to cross-reference and think together. Thank you.
Juliana.
I think Jen might want to go first. We have an agreement that she will go first. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Jen?
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I will share my screen. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to start. So firstly, I'm very happy and honored to be here in this event and give a presentation of what I am studying now. So the topic is post-pandemic housing market in Shanghai, China. And I would like to divide today. So can you hear me? I think you can, right?
Yes.
I want to just make sure. Okay, so I would like to divide my presentation into 4 parts today. The first one is housing history and affordability problem in China. So give you a very brief introduction of the housing development in China. And then I would like to move to Shanghai, which is a city at the frontier of the housing issue in China. And then I would like to give a brief introduction of government response during the post-pandemic era in Shanghai. And to the last part of the presentation is what is the next steps for the housing issues in China, especially in Shanghai. So the timeline of housing development in China. So basically, there are three phases of housing in China. So the first one is welfare period. This period started in 1949, so the creation of the People's Republic of China, and it ends in 1978 when the economic reform started. It is basically a socialist approach. And this means that the municipality in China or the work units allocate housing to its people. And later on, the Chinese housing moved to the dual provision period. In this period, the whole country's housing system moved from the public rental housing and government ownership to private family ownership. So commodity or the so-called commercial housing emerged in this period. After 1998, the country moved to the market period, which means that the real estate companies appeared and housing price increased dramatically in this period. And there is a huge housing shortage or the housing affordability problem. If we look closely at the market period, the urban population has increased by 408 million during the year 2000 to 2020. To give a comparison, the increased population is almost 5 times the population of Germany. This has caused a huge housing demand in cities. So besides of that, the tax system in China has ensured the central government to enjoy a larger share of tax than the local governments. So the local governments, what they do is they are leasing land to real estate developers or real estate companies to connect revenues. These revenues are not included in the fiscal budget to be shared with the central government. Thus, housing market is really favored by the local governments, so they are promoted the housing market. Consequently, housing prices have risen sharply. In the last 20 years, as shown in this figure, housing price, which I say housing price, what I mean here is commercial housing price, has increased from around 2,000 to 10,000 yuan per square meter, which indicates an increase of 400%. Of course, there has been a housing affordability problem. Housing price to income ratio is really high, especially in big cities. The ratio is 36.1 in Shenzhen, almost 25 in Beijing and Shanghai. Basically, this shows that the average house would take the normal worker 25 years to pay off in Shanghai, which is really crazy. So talking about Shanghai, let's move to Shanghai, and this is the case city of this presentation. Located in the east of China, the city covers an area of more than 6,000 square kilometers. Shanghai also, it is one of the most populated cities in China. It has a permanent resident population of almost 25 million, of which 98% are urban population. So it is a quite urbanized city in China. Shanghai also retained its top position as China's most productive city in 2020 with a GDP of more than 3,000 billion. So compared to international big cities with similar or even less GDP, the disposable income per person and minimum wage of people living in Shanghai are actually quite low. When it comes to the housing issues in Shanghai, it has some attributes. So Shanghai has the most active market of second-hand housing. In last 10 years, more than 2.3 million units of second-hand housing transactions were made in the city. And it's also one of the cities with highest housing price and housing price increase in China, generating a lot of speculative buying. However, the gap between Shanghai's people's income and housing costs is really huge, let alone the even larger gap between income growth and housing costs. So affordability problem again, obviously. Besides, the low to middle income families need an improvement of their housing condition. So to give you an impression of what does it look like in Shanghai, so I would like to show a picture here. So this picture, I took this picture like 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. This is quite like typical thing in Shanghai. Quite interesting, but also very normal. Old and new coexist in Shanghai. So talking about the COVID-19, the COVID-19 was first reported to the local government on 27th of December in 2019, so the end of 2019. The pandemic reached Shanghai actually next year on 20th January in 2020. Along with the fast decreasing confirmed cases, the Shanghai city declared victory over the coronavirus in the middle of March. This figure shows the second-hand housing transaction volume from the year 2018 to 2021. So basically 2 years before and 2 years after the pandemic. Interestingly, the housing market after pandemic sees continued fluctuation compared to relatively quite stable in 2018 and 2017 markets. So to see closely what happened these 2 years in Shanghai, I also put the housing price line in this figure, the orange one. Housing price usually follows the volume, so follows the sold units and changes, and later the housing price will change. So COVID-19 and Spring Festivals together brought Shanghai's housing market to a standstill. The number of real estate transactions for second-hand housing in Shanghai from January to early March in 2020 actually decreased, especially when you compare the numbers with the same time last few years. Later, second-hand housing market has been hit so hard in the year 2020. And this is mainly due to that many measures for expanding effective investment and stabilizing economic development have been taken in Shanghai in 2020. Actually, it's to cure the COVID-19 effects. So including these measures includes the loose monetary policies for buyers to access the mortgages, and easier land auction rules for real estate companies to bid for land and to build new houses. And then the tightened regulations to stabilize the market and prevent major financial risks have been issued since January 2021. Immediately, the transactions and the prices dropped significantly. As I highlighted here, using the red circles in the figure, 3 main regulations rolled out in January, March, and August in 2021. For instance, a lottery system for housing sales issued in January to firstly satisfy families, and policies to impose a 5-year ban on the resale of new houses purchased, and then policies to slow the mortgages, so the monetary regulations again. So what happened next? The Shanghai government says that they will build more affordable housing during its 14th five-year plan. So during the year 2021 to 2025, they want to build 0.23 million units of affordable housing during this period. And then they also want to supply more land and to build more new commercial housing. So Shanghai aims to build 0.4 million commercial housing during its 14th five-year plan. So China is the only major global economy that has no real estate tax. But according to the central government, it might finally impose one in the near future. Can this finally deal with the expensive housing market in Shanghai or not? I think more research needs to be done in the future, especially with more new policies and regulations. So because of the time, this is basically what I want to share today. So questions and and suggestions are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. Thanks a lot. Juliana. Juliana, you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm in the venue, and the slide is ready. So thank you so much, Jen, for giving a bigger picture of the tightly controlled market in China, and if that is a normal market. Her presentation gave the picture. And I'm moving on to my talk to a more specific typology on the urban village. And in this talk, I'm trying to present the current or existing discourse about urban village, but also trying to point towards where the crisis is moving forward. So since early 2000s, urban village has drawn significant attention from policymakers, scholars, planners, architects inside and outside of China. It exists as a typology because of the land reform put forward in the 1950s and 1980s, as Jen showed in her slide. Basically, China has created a dual development system that split the population into urban and rural categories, oftentimes known as the hukou, as the household individual system. So basically, after a series of reforms, today the municipal government manage most of the urban land and people. Previously was managed by state-owned enterprises, while in rural area, the farm collective stand in for that role. So urban village basically come into being when the land and people that were marked as rural were surrounded by rapidly emerged urbanized development. And therefore, urban village as a typology is more commonly found in newly urbanized cities like Shenzhen or Guangzhou, and less commonly seen in Shanghai, which in Jen's presentation, that is this overlay of old and new private development. But this is the discussion that I will return to at the end of my presentation. And basically, because of this dual land system, the conventional urban planning apparatus in urban areas is not applied on urban village. So there's virtually no zoning control, and the houses are often built as an extrusion of 60 to 70 square meter farming villa that you can find in farms, and the control of light, ventilation, safety, and other building surface are also very limited. And basically land speculation and gender overcrowded, subdivided living conditions, as well as short-term lease and subdivided rentals. Therefore, many migrant workers who move from other rural area into Chinese cities oftentimes see economic and housing opportunities in urban village because it's affordable and by its nature is in city center. But also more importantly, in the urban village, there is a chain of services that offered for this migrant population. So in these few pictures, I show like there are recycling or reusing services where you can buy a fridge for a few months. If you don't find a job, you can sell your household products back to the companies there, and the next migrant moving into the city can access that. And for those who you can read Chinese, you can also see on the right-hand side that a lot of dentists and medical service was provided in urban village, because without the hukou system, it's very difficult to access public health care in some part of Chinese cities. So basically, even though urban village is ostracized as chaotic, dangerous, and many of them are being demolished, some municipal government also turn a blind eye on urban village because of the gap of affordable rental homes in the city. So since the early 2000s, in some cities like Shenzhen, there are piecemeal improvement of the urban village, and that's also a tendency to beautify the urban village before the a big social or sport or cultural event. And really another reason why urban village was very attractive for scholars and architects, because they were put into comparison with other housing typology in China. This is something I think EP will talk more about tomorrow, but basically in comparison to this kind of high-rise, high-density, monotone development called superblock, the kind of diverse program in urban village was seen as an alternative to this kind of very monotonous island in city that undermine public street activity. So as the superblock typology grow more ubiquitous and their impact felt, the urban village are then celebrated by architects and scholars as organic, bottom-up, and pseudo-public realm, right? And in China, things are oftentimes interesting because of the scale and speed. So in 2011, half of the Chinese population were living in urbanized area compared to less than 18% in 1978. And this gives us a glimpse of why urban village has been drawing so much attention. But also at the same time, in cities like Shenzhen alone, between 2010 and 2018, there are more than 270 urban village that were being demolished and developed. So as we speak right now, one of the biggest urban village in Shenzhen, Baisizhou, is being demolished. And the redevelopment model of urban village also serves as interesting case study. So because the urban village are controlled by farm collective, so the more savvy or active one were able to mobilize their power to enter negotiation with private developer and the municipal government to make sure the village receive maximum financial return during the redevelopment. So this is an example of Huanggang village where they sold off the development potential to a private developer to build a super high tower on the top, and they also receive funding to beautify and renovate their urban village on the south. So in this case, it create a way for cater the urban village's way of life, but it doesn't mean they are the pure beneficiary in this case, because a lot of renters and leasers in the village will move out. And also at the same time, the urban villagers, even though they receive a lot of money, their way of living was completely removed, right? They cannot farm anymore. A lot of them are not highly educated, and that was not much place for the kind of job that is being in these high-rise scrapers. So basically, this is why urban village is so interesting, because we can ask questions about speculation, inequality, social stagnation, and also urban morphologies and structure and things like that. And I think this is tied into the other conversation of housing as a result, a manifestation, and sometimes a reinforcer of social stratification, or the social apartheid was seen in Loretta's slide. So in light of all this research, the approach to urban village has been changing. So at least currently, the wholesale demolition of urban village has been undergone some scrutiny. And last year, scholars from the University of Hong Kong summarized the different policies and design proposition for urban village since the early 90s. And in policy making, urban village are no longer only seen as problem to be removed or a state of exception from the rest of the city. Design-wise, we can also see a wide array of experiment, from urban acupuncture, micro upgrade, to quality rental house plan that put the benefits of the renter to the forefront. The Shenzhen Hong Kong biennial, City Biennial have many iterations in investigating the potential of urban village as well. So therefore, it's beyond my scope to really talk about what is happening in all these urban village. But instead, I want to use the rest of the presentation to draw attention to the issue that by researching on urban village that emerge. So one is the affordability gap that John has talked about. And really what it also implies is that in a lot of cities, in one hand, China has the problem of the social and housing inequality. On the other hand is that because it's still a developing economy, the high rent stop the opportunity for creative class, young entrepreneur to enter the city. So recently there is actually cases of architects that take the urban village typology to develop into this kind of talent housing for young graduates from university to live in the city and have access to all the urbanized facilities in urban village. So you can see the homes are very small. It's almost like a subdivided flat, but that is one way for young people to live in the city. And I think this kind of join the question of urban village now, whether it is a solution or is a transfer of one kind of contingency to another type of contingency. Yeah, okay. And this is also the problem of how the housing condition in China is going against the economical plan in China. Okay. Oh, I cannot move the slide. No. Is it possible to move to the next slide? Oh, thank you.
If we can flip through the examples maybe, and we leave that conversation for the
Okay, yeah, so this is just an example of a private development that because it's so impossible to create pedestrian access that in China, the high-end development was being created to, can you put on the next slide? Yeah, to imitate the kind of condition in urban village. Next slide, please, yeah. Okay, so I think the last question I want to draw into is that going back to the city of problem of Shanghai, I was talking about that it's not much urban village in the city center, but in many mega cities in China, they have also included new municipal area into the city as the urban area. And these are areas that was designated to become next to be urbanized, but whether they would become the high density urban development, we don't know yet. And in these places, for example, recently there are historical village that is being regenerated and redeveloped, but because it's in a suburban area that doesn't have the density like what I showed before, so the planners demolished the old village, created new virtual historical village and encapsulated with ecological urbanism to develop these new types of urban village development that in an area that is not urban. And I think I just wanted to pose this question at the end of the presentation of, I wanted to see where this goes. And this is actually being seen as a very successful example. And that's why I can research it on the Shanghai government website. So yeah, that's kind of the end of like this kind of suburban urban village development. And that's where I am now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, excellent. I don't know from there what we have now left for a brief discussion. Can you just let us know?
We have asked the panelists of typology if they can join 30 minutes later. So we have now 20 minutes, let's say 20 to 30 minutes. If guests are so kind to stay, that would be great.
Thank you very much. I know it's been.
Thank you, Camilo.
No, thank you, and sorry. This is a good sign when you have such a huge amount of very interesting things to discuss. Look, I don't want to take any further improper time, if you want, and I do not attempt to make any synthesis or connection. I want just maybe to open for another round of little, short, little reflection, because all of you have listened to the others' presentations and might have some points to come back. My only concern is going back to the original questions that we were asked to reflect on and think together, which is what is the nature of the crisis that in each of the cities we have witnessed, we are studying, we have developed, we are part of. And I'm really want you to go back to that original conversations in question. To me, there were some recurring topics and very substantial ways around which you all have not only show the necessity to live and to research the crisis in their own making. And so in a way, living with crisis, put it in this way, which I do believe is a fundamental critical standing in relation to the making of the city. So what I'm suggesting is that crisis is not only a concept through historically datat, historically reflect to the emergence of that, but it's also a peculiar place, is a position, put it in this way, where we all witness, research, do advocacy, struggle with, within and design. So in a way, crisis is not something that is beyond us and outside us, but is within, and we are part of that. And the complicitness of our role, this is probably another conversation to have in terms of planners, in terms of academia, in terms of other forms of. So there are a few words that I want to return to you as my way to. So where's the crisis? There was a crisis of conviviality. And conviviality, I mean that you all have addressed this issue of life very differently, historically, and in relation to a peculiar moment of history, politics, and economy. And I think that was very, very important, which is the way that crisis is recurrently coming through histories, but what is the histories of crisis that affect the way we think the current present? I mean, without going to Foucault, that could be the point. So one point is certainly about the conviviality, how we live together. And this living together in the response of the crisis is there. There is a crisis not on housing as a solution for living together, but there's a crisis how we think we could live together. I mean, the two doors of Loretta's the pictures and the last few examples of the pictures, iconic material you presented, to me are very, very, very pointing to what is the capacity to imagine a live together. I don't want to go to the failure of COP26 in Glasgow today, but certainly there is an issue here of thinking how we live together and what is we to a certain extent. So conviviality and togetherness. The second one is confidence. And I think you have addressed this idea of crisis of confidence and the excess of confidence that Eduardo and Antonio have made towards the market, I think is very, very important, as was echoed in the last presentation. The crisis is this excess confidence to a specific forms of production of equality. We gave up a certain role, being the state, being architecture, and so on. Crisis of protection. The protection both in relation to aesthetics and kind of zoo, creating a zoo, a protection and aesthetic regimes in relation to a specific forms of life, forms of building or individual in the city. But what is the meaning of protecting a number of others individual in terms of access, in terms of representations, in terms of reducing the risks of X, Y, Z? And the last one is in relation to development. And development, I mean, really the nation of value. Isn't the crisis of values in relation to what we want from the city and what we want from the development per se of a specific area of the city or not? So in a way, who's the value for whom? And I think that became to me a crisis of values, if you want, in relation to that. So those are my taken very, very shortly and very superficially. And I'm sorry I haven't given too much depth into your own conversation, but I want to return to all of you with this question. What is the crisis about? Can we name the crisis somehow? And where is the crisis of the city? And I think that would help maybe the others, sessions who will speak about typologies and other forms to address that very directly, per se. So in a way, can we face the Leviathan together and look at the face of the devil and see who's the crisis is and actually how we can be part of that? So maybe just to be fair, let's start from the end and ends with Luis Eduardo, but I really give you a couple of minutes each, two sentences to point into this idea of whose crisis is and what is the crisis. So maybe let's start from the last. So Juliana.
I think partly the crisis, I think I forgot was it was in the first panel, this notion of cityness. And I think in China, we definitely see that the word can be interpreted in different ways, right? Like in the condition that we presented is the city was created and detached from any meaning of spaces. And I think what is the urban life in China is really, really confusing today. So the cityness is about, of course, there's no right to the city or the limited right to the city. And the other way is like, what is this kind of city that we have created? So I think for my part, I will recur to that thematic there.
Thank you very much. Juan.
Yes. In my point, I think especially related to what I presented today, I think the crisis, like to say it very simply, related to what people need, especially the affordability problem related to housing. And I think in this, especially in China, I think government can do a lot of things to really deal with the affordability problem and to house people. And it really depends on what they choose to do and what they really focus on. So I think the policies and should pay attention or should focus on what people really need in the cities. So that is what I think about the crisis.
Thank you very much. Loretta.
Yeah, so what is the crisis? In my mind, it is about the financialization of housing. It's also about the emergent dominance of the secondary circuit of capital, real estate, and this idea that somehow it's less risky to invest in real estate than it is in, for example, industry. And whose is the crisis? Quite simply, for me, it's a crisis for low-income groups who want to and desire to live in cities and actually remain in cities as well. So I seem to be on the screen twice now, which is weird. I'm also Timur Bazarov. I think I've been Zoom bombed today, seriously, badly.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. John.
Yeah, well, I think Loretta's stolen my thunder to some degree. I was going to use the word commodification of housing, but I think we're talking essentially about the same thing. And I think taking the long view, what I see as a crisis is this shift to neoliberalism, which a lot of people have discussed in different contexts, and the failure of public investment and public values to actually protect housing and to provide housing as a human right. And I'm struck, to take one small example, obviously we've seen that larger shift towards sort of market vision and across public-private subsidy, etc. But in 1940, up to the 1970s, around 50% of architects and planners in Britain worked in the public sector, and that's now around less than 1%. And I think that's a pretty powerful symbolic example of how we've shifted from that idea of housing as a public good.
Thank you, John. Thanks a lot. Antonio.
To be quick, I think the crisis, it's definitely a political crisis. It's a leadership crisis. And probably most specifically, is a crisis in democracy. The participation in the democratic system is decreasing. And that really has harmed the core of the social policies. And that has an impact in the physical form of the city. So there's a sentiment of abandonment in the peripheries of Chile, of Santiago, for example, where what it means that cityless is basically stateless. So when the state is not there, who's really in charge of, who's taking care of the city?
Thank you very much, Antonio. Luis Eduardo.
Yeah, in the same line as Antonio, I think it's not a problem of resources. It's not a problem of demographic, at least in Chile. It's not a problem of priorities, because housing is in the middle of main social priority, I think, as Loretta was saying, is a problem of the confidence on the free market. The confidence on the free market as a provider of housing, as the understanding of housing as a consumer good. And housing is not a consumer good. Housing is a public good, which is completely different. When you conceptualize housing as a public good, things change completely in the way you provide it. So I would say, as Antonio was saying, it's a problem of democracy, but also it's a problem of thinking in a different way at the role of the government, the role of the states, the role of the public. And I would say, thinking from the point of view of social cohesion and reinforcing democracy and community, I would say that as architects, we are also part of the problem. We should think housing as a process, not housing as a product.
Thank you very much. I think it's really, really interesting, and probably the task for the next panels is the one of going in detail into this complicitness and possibilities of thinking through the forms. There are two words that I want to highlight, offering again back to the panel. One is abandonment, and I think not only from the state and from the market, but really these stratifications that in London is so aggressive and so brutal that we all are witnessing. And I think what all the different cases that you have offered and gifted to us in the reflection highlight the idea of the brutality of the conditions at the moment. And I think that is the urgency of rethinking the role of the project, not only focus on, reducing that brutality, but actually thinking the systems and thinking the system through which the public is remain in the city, just to use some of your words, and not only remaining in the city of people, but the public remain center at the level of the city. So the big question would be shifting from crisis to a crisis of publicness. And I think to me, this is what I really learned. Thank you for all of you, and thank you for the organizer of this panel and the conference. And I think the question is actually way dense and important for us to address the urgency of the task, but especially the brutality through which we are put at ban. And at ban, I mean also the impossibility of our institutions or our concepts, our practice actually, to be fully addressed and be capable of addressing not necessarily that complexity, but that very vagueness of the way in which we are captured into the system. So I really thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the time pressure that we all have been given, but I really think it's a good signal of the importance of the topic and the fundamental need to address it collectively. So I really thank you, all of you, and thank you, the organizer, for this fantastic afternoon. And I'll pass.
Thank you very much. We invite you all, whoever is still available and has the will to continue and with us persevere, to keep on going with the next round of guests. They will be joining hopefully in 5 to 10 minutes. We will start with the Shanghai Suzhou panels. The next panel is called typologies. So I think it's very, the way in which Camilo phrased our implication as designers facing these crises, let's call them plural, will be very eloquent in terms of actually seeing projects. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you in 5 to 10 minutes. It's 4:30 CET, so let's say 4:40 CET, everyone, and we can get a coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Saludos. Ciao.
Thank you very much. Ciao.
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 Yeah. Do you have?
Hello, may I test the voice? Is that clear?
Yeah, yeah, sounds fine. Thank you. I think
Hello.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. So how we start? Do we need the chair to start?
I'm waiting for the chairs, but hi Jose, hi Richard.
Hi Alberto.
Hello Alberto, how are you?
Jose is Christian.
Yeah, Cristian Izquierdo, who will be presenting, we will be presenting together, I mean, 15 minutes each. He told me that he will be able to connect at 17:30 CET. So in case we can arrange presentations, I understand that we're going to start with presentations from China anyway. So
yeah, we will start from Shanghai.
Great.
Do we have the when should we start? 11? No, what's the time?
Yeah, it's late there. Let me check if Jocelyn will introduce the session or just the second part of today's session, or just we start. I'm chatting with the European Cultural Center in Venice. Give me 2 minutes. Keeping.
Yeah. What? They're trying. Yeah, but I am. Don't. Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. Sorry about this technical crisis. A very warm welcome to our panelists and anyone who is listening to this panel. I would like to introduce and open the typology panel. Housing design operates through variation, iteration, and/or mutation of prior examples. Housing types can provide a framework to deal with complex variables. By understanding the particulars in the production of a housing type, architects can manipulate, reorganize, and invent. Rather than dismissing examples of current housing banal offer as bastard architecture, we invite panelists to analyze housing types in their cities and reflect on how these portray specific subjects. I think I'm off. Their living and urban conditions, as well as politics, policies, and socio-economic factors that lead into their development.
So we would like to welcome Humberto Bonomo, our panel chair. He's joining from Chile. He's an architect from Venice, actually, graduated here. Then he did his PhD in Chile, and then he has been working on heritage, urbanism, social housing, looking for points of contact between theory and practice. He has been exhibited at the Biennale in Chile, Shenzhen, Sao Paulo, and Venice. He has written in many disciplinary publications. So we would like Humberto to please introduce all our guests. Also, we have asked Frances Hollis to kindly join here. She's part of the fourth panel tomorrow, How Do We Live Now? But has been dealing herself with typologies for a very long time. So thank you all. Humberto, now you take the lead. I will be giving at 14 minutes. I will just say that the panelists should be aware of their timing, because we had been texting people and it didn't work. So I apologize for being that person, but I will just have to say 14 minutes have gone. Thank you, Humberto.
Thank you, Jocelyn, and I would like to thank for the invitation and to congratulate to all the group and the organizer for this huge and very interesting seminar. Thank you, Jocelyn, Johanna, and Camilo for organize How Do We Live, Santiago, London, and Shanghai, Suzhou. Today, in this afternoon, we will talk about typology, and we will start from our colleagues in China, in Shanghai. I will introduce Jiping Dong. Is an associate professor in the Department of Architecture at the Jiaotong Liverpool University. She's trained architect and architectural historian. She has a Master of Architecture, Design and Theory, and completed her PhD in Architecture History and Theory from Tongji University in 2013. She is an active researcher and educator in architecture and history and theory, particularly focusing on sustainable development and the heritage of the built environment. Her research interests include Chinese architectural history and theory in global context, built heritage conservation theory and practice, vernacular architecture, classical gardens, industrial heritage lead regeneration, architectural design in historic context, and the adaptive reuse of building. She is the principal investigator of multiple funded research projects. And I will introduce Songwan Wang. He is senior architect and manager at BIG, currently in charge of the project and office development in China. He is an associate member at AIA, member at the Architectural Society of China, alumni mentor at Columbia University, and organizer of APT, Architectural Project Practice Talk in New York, Chicago, and Shanghai. He is also has been a guest critic at architectural school in the US and China. Maybe we can start with these two presentations, and when we change the city, I will introduce our colleague in London and then Santiago. Please, Jiping.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, and also thanks for the introduction from Professor Humberto. Today I will introduce this part of this typology from a perspective view, historical perspective of the Shanghai and Suzhou, this larger space. Let me check whether the slides is not working. Okay, no. Yeah, so if we're looking at Shanghai and Suzhou, that is a super dense urban area in the Yangtze Delta region. We see this lake part and also this entrance for the to the Yangtze River, but also very importantly, these two cities are closely connected with their waterways. And Suzhou are famous for its canals, and also Shanghai is prosperous based on this Huangpu River. And Suzhou was starting from this more prosperous from this Grand Canal, and also still the Grand Canal are the landmarks in their historical city centers. And also we can find that the system of the Suzhou city based on this canal and the street in their historical fabric, which has been recognized this as the canal city like Venice in their very early period in their 18th century, late 18th century, this river street bridge residence system. So for my small talk about typology, I think Suzhou and Shanghai, they are closely connected because their traditional housing type is very closely connected, but also the development through the historical period of the modernization of China. The Lilong House is one new version based on this courtyard house, and also later the modern apartment was introduced in the 1930s, and then also in the Republic period, and later the workers' village become a new model housing typology for the People's Republic of China, for the socialist, for the communist area parts, and also later that become the gated community. But also the more recent is the affordable housing and the regeneration of the historical residence. I want to quickly review that. And for Suzhou, it's very prosperous period with this commercial and also textile industries. And in the late Ming Dynasty, around 17th to the 18th century, there's a very big boom for the urban residence, but also extend these urban residences to the private gardens, and those private gardens now are the best places for people to rest in the public centers of the Suzhou historical area. And also like this garden, the garden of cultivation, they are partly garden but also partly residence. And also we can find the courtyard housing as a major typology for the residents in Suzhou. They may be varies in the scale, but they will be multiple courtyards and to provide shadings and also air ventilations with multiple smaller courtyards in their housing project. But also we see they're related to the traditional housing with the ritual services. You will have the different functional areas inside living and their service sector, but also more urban public area for the reception and connected to the garden space. So in such kind of architecture typology, and it's merged with these new capitals in the modern period of Shanghai, and this housing typology become the Lilong House. And Lilong House is very typically a small units, which we can see that is a single unit from the Suzhou courtyard house, but in a more dense terrace form with urban townhouse. And this was one case we were doing survey almost 20 years ago for this typology in the 19th century. And that is become the majority of urban fabric of Shanghai after the 19th century. And this is the typology we can see that has openings from the different size of the block, and you can have a very dense terrace houses in a array, and then this structure of the block could be in a smaller scale streets inside. So in the 1930s, for this urban image of Suzhou, of Shanghai, we can easily identify most of their urban background fabric are composed with these Lilong houses, but also there are new architecture form was introduced, like this riverside apartment is almost 10-story apartments alongside the river, and offer a very new modern lifestyle for those new workers, new merchant society class people in the city of Shanghai. And also we see after the architects' young generation from overseas education, when they return to Shanghai for practice, they also provide new visions of like company towns. This is a Bank of China company town for their employees dormitory, provides a modern architecture language for those apartments, but also composed with this courtyard in a larger scale for a kind of continuity of this traditional architecture feature. And after that, we see that this unit with their company or unit with one working space has been expanded for a larger scale. This model workers neighborhood in Caoyang New Village, that is after 1949. It's considered as a sample residential quarter for the model workers because people, the communist government would really award those model workers. And this is a new architecture form with these row houses, and they're gathered with a centered place for the community area like kindergarten, theaters, and clubs for those workers to rest after their working time. Although this architecture typology was quite simple, but the layout and also the neighborhood design has been more advanced to provide a high level, high standard living condition. Also, for the distance between each rows, they have been very carefully calculated to guarantee the light, the daylight in their housing every unit. After this 1950s workers' house, the residents in Shanghai or in most places of the whole China, they were using standard architecture plans or residence plans to be their samples. And there's not many design approach we can see from the individual housing, but they mainly use this standard books. But also later we might consider a new technology was introduced, like a high-rise building were reintroduced into the residence after almost 60 years since this like apartment was introduced in Shanghai in the 1920s to the 1930s. The Caoxi Road high-rise apartment was alongside this major traffic of the Caoxi Road, and they were like a sample housing for the new reformed period, end of the reform period, end of the Cultural Revolution period. And they use that external corridor apartment has become a very kind of dominant form in their typology in the later practice as well. So in this moment, we can see most of these housing typologies in Shanghai and in other places are 6 stories building or around 12 stories or 18 stories, depends on the height control of this FAR. But there was another approach to change the roof from the flat roof to the hip roof, platform flat roof to the hip roof, because the city has grown. The viewpoint is moved up to the ring streets and the viaduct ring street. It's a very important change to improved urban landscape through this roof movement. But also there was another change for the retrofit conditions of the urban apartment because of a big fire. In the 2010, there was a flammable, well, it's almost 11 years, yeah, the same date, 11 years before. That the flammable insulation material caused a very, very serious disaster in the high-rise building in Shanghai. And that became a new regulation, and every new buildings cannot using that insulation material anymore, and they need to consider a external material for fireproof purpose. And also in this period from 2000 to 2010, a big urban planning project was promoted, like 9 towns, which every individual town will represent a different country's architecture style. And in one of these 9 towns, Pujiang New Town, which collaborated with the Grigotti Associate in Italy. They provide this kind of new Italian architecture language with this courtyard housing again, and also connected to the water systems. Also, we see from the previous lecture presentation, there was a very clear request from the government saying to provide social housing for those new migrants and also new young like white collar in the cities like Shanghai or even in Suzhou. So a kind of new social housing project was provided by architects like GOM Atelier. They were trying to change this like equality of every individual rows. Every building should facing south. Every window should have equal light. But this kind of new approach for the courtyard buildings again to provide a connection with this social belongings inside this block, super block houses. This also inside they provide a minimum unit for single tenant, single young professionals. They can rent with relatively low rents in this Longnan housing. Now I'm going to look Suzhou very quickly. Suzhou has its historical town for
Yiping, just to give a heads up, we have 1 to 2 minutes left. So if you want,
sorry, 200. Okay.
We can either leave Suzhou so as to expand the discussion on Shanghai, or if you want to go straight to like specifics about Suzhou that you think are relevant, that would be great.
Okay, I will quickly talk about Suzhou. Yeah. Suzhou has its new part, which we call industrial park, and also the core of the historical park. And this is industrial park, and they provide a lot of this apartments for this public rental housing, and this one as well. But regeneration is a very big issue for those centers we have already seen. And like this, the Caoyang villages, they need to be regenerated. And Suzhou also need to have this regeneration of the historical centers. And this is the place we have been working and looking at the urban regeneration part for Suzhou area. So I may stop here and deliver for the other parts when you are more interested. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yiping.
If you can stop sharing, please, Yiping.
Yeah, I'm stop sharing now.
Yeah, thank you. Zhonghan.
Okay, hey guys, sure. Let me start to share the screen. Okay, let me know if you can see the screen.
Yeah, works.
Okay, so you see the full screen, right? Okay, yeah. Great. So good afternoon and evening. So nice to meet you all. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm Johanna Huang. I'm currently working at BIG in charge of the Chinese project. So the talk titled Big Typology will unroll the design process before the final projects and investigate the systematic approach within the spectrum of typology. Over the past decade, BIG has finished a series of residential projects globally. Housing has been an interesting type that we have developed different typologies to deal with different issues such as program, climate, context, scale, culture, etc. As a general principle, we apply research-based approach and study to local conditions and concerns in an effort to realize aspirations on a given site. Like a form of a programmatic alchemy, we created architecture by mixing conventional ingredients, such as living, leisure, recreation, working, parking, and shopping, to realize imaginative and responsible solutions. So how do we live at the present or in the future? And what can we do to deal with the challenges and make living environment better? Here is a diagram that highlights some of the moments when we take into account certain parameters and use them to generate different typologies in housing projects. Some look at the new ways of program distribution. Some try to find a balance between innovation and restriction. Some weigh the efficiency the most, while some overturned traditional elements and proposed a new lifestyle. These are photos and renderings of these projects. So I would like to expand the talk with two projects, both of which are in different scales. Use typological thinking to address some of the critical topics, and finally propose a new way for living environment. So just to note, this typological thinking is universal and able to apply to a broad context such as China. So the first one is a housing complex that has about 400 units. The site is northwest to Toronto CBD in a transition from tall towers to low-rise neighborhoods. The goal here is to propose a mixed-use development with a public plaza at the center, and also connect various pedestrians that cross the site. We look at Habitat 67 and Hemlock Forest in Canada that we want to maintain the porosity and intimacy in the community while integrate the access to nature. So what we propose is not a residential tower plus podium topology that may disconnect between public and private space, but is a soft topography that creates a continuous public space from the street out to the skyline. So at the base, you see the heritage buildings are preserved and allow for 24/7 access across the courtyard, which will become a new destination for the neighborhood. So the building is organized in traditional perimeter blocks with the courtyard at the center. Each pixel is the size of the room, rotated 45 degrees from the street to increase the exposure to light and air. So the building mass is broken into 4 district peaks and valleys, which allow sunlight to reach the public plaza. Retail and office programs correspond with the height of the heritage buildings, while residential units sit on top. The peak and valley topography allows for private terraces for large units, while all other units have direct access to the exterior space via balconies. Rather than the predominant podium and the top typology of mixed-use building, this project offers an alternative way to this type. So you see the building steps back away from the street to reveal the heritage buildings, and it opens up to invite the public into the center in one continuous topographical motion. And providing the balconies and the terraces to all tenants. This is the view from the main street where you can see the heritage building and the public pedestrian are revealed. When you walk through the building, you see the 45-degree facade touches the ground that creates this welcoming entrance. This is the central courtyard. You see the union of old and new and open community atmosphere in a, say, intimate setting. The undulating facade is a connected topography, creating an abundance of the green space normally reserved for the suburbs. After you pass by the building and you look back at the peaks and valley, then how does the massing topology benefit the interior space? So each pixel is the size of a room, so we can design all components of the home independently. It gives enormous freedom to assemble a unit as it needs. So this is an example of a 3-bedroom with 1 pixel terrace. The division between units is able to move to make a larger living room or a smaller bathroom. This is a diagram of the planned topologies. The project offers 439 units with a mix that ranges from studio to 3-bedroom units. The area spans from 470 square feet to 2,000 square feet. You see the different combinations will bring in the diversity of interior spaces, the corner conditions, the views, the natural light, directions, and the outdoor terraces. Okay, the second project I would like to share named Ocean Mix. It is a sustainable community for more than, say, 100,000 residents. Because out of the world's 22 megacities with a population of more than 10 million, 15 are located on the ocean coast. By 2050, 90% of the largest city will be exposed to residencies such as Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Shenzhen. The ocean basically covers more than 2/3 of the planet. It is a vast resource that can help solve the complex challenges the coast cities face. We need to take bold steps to transition to a more resilient future. We see a future where people are living sustainably on the ocean. There are current precedents of global communities that are built on water, from, say, cabin to office to large floating villages. We also look at the forms of communities. Each platform accommodates approximately 300 residents. Also, the first international floating community will accommodate people living sustainably across the nexus of energy, water, food, and waste. We were inspired by the nature forms that can be interesting platform for large population. The platform design should facilitate many organizations, allowing for tessellated growth and diverse city aggregations. So this is a single platform that were designed to support 300 residents. The hexagon shape is a stable and economic geometry to build. It also has the dynamic anchoring to ensure the sustainability and to resist severe conditions. The large surface ensures buoyant force and will not be submerged. It will be prefabricated and transported in position so it can reduce the cost. The modularization facilitates many organizations and is able to aggregate and grow for future needs. At the edges, there will be added programs for gathering, production, docks, and access to water. Buildings plan to create this self-shaded space in the public realm that will be comfortable in summer while maximizing roof areas for solar energy. So you see that each single building can have distinct identity per internal program that contributes to the diversity of building typology. Besides the variations on single building, we also studied the different building typologies that will have the relevant functions on a specific site. This is the size of the neighborhood for 300 residents as a basic unit. A cluster of 6 neighborhoods create a village size, which has the 1,650 residents. By aggregating 6 villages, a city of 10,000 residents would be created, and with a strong sense of community. And so there is an inner ring surrounded by the villages. So from the model, you can see the system that has modularizations will allows for independent diversity on each platform. This is the zoom-in view. And this is the aerial view where the 6 villages are assembled to form an inner ring with a group of outposts at the perimeter. And also this is the aerial view. And then back to the question, how does the typology work to benefit local living? So there are 4 major aspects in this housing project that we are pursuing and also support the system work. Food, water, energy, and mobility. This is one type of the whole system. The mixed-use neighborhood provides an ecosystem For the food, there will be outdoor and indoor farming, embracing the planet diet. For the water, we collect the water from rain and humidity, so there's no gray water. And energy will be implemented a series of renewable energies from sun, wave, algae, and the current. And another benefit from the topology is that the mobility will be defined by a maximum efficiency with the minimum energy consumption. This diagram shows the hierarchy of mobility between the neighborhood, village, and the city. It is a shared network for slow mobility as a future network. See, there are water and land mobility that are easy to switch. The neighborhood has the smallest loop around the single platform, about 400 meters. And the village, in purple color, you can see the people can walk like for 600 meters. The civic loop is the largest one. It's around the calm water in the harbor. Residents can ride a bicycle for 3 kilometers. This is the view you see when you approach the city from the water. And when you arrive and they enter into the central harbor. This is a community garden that use compost and make it self-sufficient. The garden also become landscape for residents.
And also, just to give you a 2-minute warning, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll be finished very quick. This will generate a new typology for greenhouse. And this is the view from the self-shading terraces. This is the underwater view, which the biorock reefs and the 3D ocean farming are growing. So how does this one, the housing typology to benefit the global living environment? You see, the modular system allowed it to grow and to accommodate large population future needs. This is the basic one for 10,000 residents, and this to 60,000 residents as a community. And this grew to 36,000 as a town, and finally grew to 2.5 million as a city. So this last slide shows the topology is designed to easily scale and fit into the specific requirement. The first city will be calibrated for the most vulnerable to the cities around the globe, such as Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Shenzhen. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zhonghan. I would like to underline only 2 aspects before passing to London with Richard Partington. That for the Jiping Dong presentation, the idea of continuity between the historical city and the types of historical city and the actual city in Shenzhen. And for you, Zhonghan, it's very interesting the process of making new types. I think that it's one of the topics that you expose. Yeah, let's pass to, we move from east to west. Now is the moment of London, the presentation of Richard Partington. Richard Partington is co-founder and director of Studio Partington, a multidisciplinary practice working in housing, urbanism, and regeneration. Recent work includes the widely published Equitable Community at Dowenthorpe, York, for the Joseph Rowntree Housing Trust, a headquarters and housing center for newly formed Greenfield community housing, and a series of estate lane and Barbican, a series of estate regeneration and refurbishment projects in inner London, including City of London, Golden Lane, and Barbican estates. Richard's work is in Nottingham on the UK first energized prong housing retrofit to net zero standard, was the winner of the British Homes Award Housing Crisis Solution, and is one of the only 70 global environmental projects to be selected for the exhibition at this year's COP26 conference. He has been a visiting teacher at Cambridge University, UCL, and University of Wales, and regularly contributes to books and publication on housing, design, and energy policy. Thank you, Richard. You have the floor.
Umberto, thank you. And can you see my screen okay, everybody? Yes. Good, excellent, and can hear me. So Umberto, apologies for including in my biography Dutch technical terms that you had to read in English. You did a very good job of that. So yes, I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the expansion of London in the last great expansion with domestic housing in the 18th and 19th centuries. And it may seem a bit strange after the discussions we heard earlier about housing crisis to start with sort of one of the more affluent parts of London, sort of Regency London, near to Regent's Park. But after that, I'm going to talk about what's currently happening. And in Chris, my colleague's absence, I'm afraid he's too ill to be with us. I'm going to talk a little bit about the planning context and the remarkable sort of changing landscape of London and the way that that has been delivered. And then if I can keep to the timings, I'll say a little bit about what's been changing recently and some new approaches to providing homes, especially homes for essential workers in London, so the people who keep the city moving, keep the city alive, but close to their places of work. So the first slide, as I said, is a terrace of houses close to Regent's Park. And you might be surprised to know that this part of London and the whole expansion of London in the late 18th and early 19th century was actually built by speculators. So what we would currently today call developers. But the difference is that they are working in a very fixed set of conventions. So both social conventions to do with the creation of public space and the difference between public and private life, and also design conventions to do with the way that buildings were assembled to frame public spaces. And these buildings, part also of the buildings enclosing Regent's Park, are part of a sort of very grand and processional series of spaces. And although they have pretensions to be like palaces in Versailles, they're actually all built from the same building blocks of very small, narrow frontages. And each frontage represents a single dwelling with a single front door. And this principle of assembling larger city buildings out of smaller components actually proved to be one of the most kind of successful innovations in the expansion of London, and it endured for several centuries. So going back a little bit in time, Canonbury Square in North London shows how the Georgian squares were formed with terraces of enclosing buildings. And although these spaces originally would have been private spaces, over time they have been gifted back to public use. So now they're accessible to everybody, when previously just accessible by the well-to-do. And the typology of terrace making a clear relationship with street and square continues right through to the sort of most humble domestic scale buildings for artisans and for workers. So in this figure ground drawing, you can see part of East London where the very clear historical precedent of streets being formed by very uniform and very clearly organized blocks of terrace of building. In the early 20th century, a looser interpretation, but buildings still enclosing and fronting onto space. And then as time develops, particularly in the post-war development, we begin to see buildings that are conceived more as buildings within a landscape rather than buildings that are actually framing and enclosing a landscape. But the tradition in London is very much of homes having a relationship to landscape, to parks. So you could generalize by saying really that the Georgians gave us the landscape squares, the Victorians, the parks, and the tree-lined streets. After the war, there were some notable and heroic experiments with the terrace typology, but some of the key ingredients of the Georgian precedents are really beginning to be lost. So although the buildings present a very clear frontage to the street, you can see here, in trying to accommodate the car, the parking ramp has replaced the pavement and the tree-lined street that we saw formerly. And in other examples, some are regarded, like the Brunswick Centre we just saw, as being a relative success and it's a destination. Other examples, here in a estate that I'm working on in North London, actually the development, although it has a frontage on the street, it gives very much less to the public life. So at the level that pedestrians walk, the garage and the parking dominates. The convention of having activity on the ground floor, seeing public uses, of having entrances has been completely inverted. And although on the other side of the block, the environment is quite pleasant, you see that the sort of traditional conventions in London have been turned inside out. So the final sort of point really about the historic typology in London and the network of streets and squares in the core is that it has managed to support a mixture of uses, and actually over time those uses have evolved and changed. So houses have become studio buildings or warehouses that in time have also become residences again. And there is both a horizontal mix of different uses and a vertical one. And that mix of uses gives the city its vitality. And it's interesting that some of the best places to work in London are actually places where people live, and vice versa. So the city sort of in the past has been described as a series of connected villages and distinctly a low-rise city. And if you stand on one of the major bridges, this is Waterloo Bridge, and look to the east, you see the sort of picture postcard image of London. Building heights generally are restricted to preserve the views of the main monuments and features. But if you then look to the west, you see an entirely different kind of London. So instead of a series of connected villages, London now is characterized very much by a series of very sharp contrasts. And if you look at the same development, as you can see there from Waterloo Bridge, but from the other side of the river, you see a scale and a form of development that's never really been seen before in the city. And one of the interesting things about it is that it's now completely international in terms of appearance and identity. So behind me, where I took this photograph, is Pimlico, one of the areas of Georgian stucco terraces. And what you see now is really a very international form of city. Of course, not entirely surprising, because this part of the city has been built almost entirely with overseas investment, and it's almost entirely sold to overseas investors. What's also very striking is the uniformity of developments. And if you look actually at the analysis of the typologies in Jocelyn and Johanna's work, so looking particularly at high-rise and high-rise compound, you see that there's an extraordinary consistency across the cities and across the typologies. So the materials that are used, the forms of development, the internal plans and the circulation arrangements, and even the marketing information is very consistent across all the typologies. And in a way, this is housing that's designed for the shareholders of the investment companies, really, as a priority over the householders that live within these developments. Of course, in London, which is a city where there are acute housing shortages and housing is seen as investment, these two interests have started to converge. So what's good for the investor is also good to the householder, because the intention is that you buy your house and sell it on when it's increased in value. Within the same scheme, there are examples of the other typology, high-rise compound. And here, this scheme is interestingly, it borrows its name from Regency London, being called Embassy Gardens. But unlike the Regency London, the gardens are no longer visible. They're elevated at the first floor, just a glimpse of them from the street. And the garden world, instead of being a public world and a world that's shared by the whole city, is now entirely privatized and entirely inaccessible. The The schemes that are being built to these densities as well are very ungenerous at the street level. So all of the servicing and technical requirements of these typologies and these densities, so the plant rooms, the service cores, the bin storage, the cycle storage, the concierge, these are all accumulating on the ground floor and again creating a streetscape that in my view lacks the civic contribution and even the civic responsibility of some of the earlier London typologies. So it might seem to the visitors to London that actually all this is happening without any planning. There's just a kind of open door for speculation and opportunism. But actually in London, we have a history of incredibly detailed and comprehensive plans. So the current edition of the London plan runs to a full 500 pages. So there's lots of narrative about the opportunity in the city, what we hope it will become, and diagrams and maps illustrating density and different areas where different development types have been identified. But what's singularly missing in any of the planning for London is a sort of overarching vision of what the city should be like. There are no design proposals or spatial proposals for what the city could be. And in fact, there are no illustrations or drawings. There's only this one on the cover, which, charming though it is, with the fish swimming in the River Thames and the deer in Richmond Park, is really something of a kind of self-deception. We're in denial about the changing landscape of the city. It's entirely portrayed as a wonderful mixture of inventive low-rise buildings. And part of the problem is that the planning policy, based in theory rather than based in an idea of imagination or the art of the possible, has delivered some very unintended consequences. You don't really need to understand the detail of this table, but essentially it has been a guide for 15 years whereby we've been able to assess the development potential of sites according to their proximity to public transport. And the theory very crudely is that the more central you are and the closer you are to good public transport, so 6 is the highest level of transport accessibility, the higher the density that you can build. So this has given rise to a kind of topography of incidents of very high building grouped around public transport nodes and connection points. And of course, all of the development in London now is concentrated in areas that were former industrial sites. So the expansion is to the east around Stratford and City Airport, to the north around Wembley, and to the west around Heathrow and Acton and Park Royal. And of course, these areas are, by definition, because of their industrial past, severed and interlaced with very heavy infrastructure. So the infrastructure that did serve the industrial areas is the legacy, really, that we're building around. And although we're taught in urban design programs and in college that high density dwelling provides the opportunity for more services, it supports neighborhoods, it allows commerce to thrive, and it allows artistic and mixed use endeavors to flourish. Actually, what we have been building is a series of high-rise dormitories. This one particularly is one of the case studies in the typology research, but you can see high density development actually severed from the rest of the city. So to connect to an area here, which is an existing neighborhood, and to travel over ground, you have to cross this bridge, walk along the riverside, cross another bridge over the railway line, cross another bridge over the same bit of river, go up on this elevated footway by a motorway, and eventually you'll find your way to a piece of city that in the past would have been connected very directly. The idea of increasing density near public transport nodes as well has done nothing to sort of help regenerate existing areas. So this is the transport connection to a historic part of East London's tube network, and the proposed new development congregated around the access to the tube station. And what inadvertently is happening is that people can travel from their micro apartment via the tube, the metro system, to their place of work. And in fact, they bypass the existing neighborhoods. So the densification has done nothing to improve or regenerate or reinvigorate existing neighborhoods. In fact, all it's done really is to serve to kind of highlight the contrast between old and new. Even in the areas in the city where there's been really intense planning and lots of thought given to how redevelopment should happen and the potential benefits of redevelopment. So here, this is Stratford and the Olympic Park. We still haven't managed to solve the problems of infrastructure and create the walkable city that we've all been talking about. So the proposed benefits of locating the Olympic Park where it was here is that the whole of the neighbourhood to the east of London, so everything off slide here, would benefit in somehow from the trickle-down effect of the Olympic Park. But actually all that happened is that the speculation that took place on the park side of this urban motorway here. So every opportunist developer site is on this side of the motorway, and everything on this side has basically been abandoned and forgotten. And it seems a shocking shame, really, that, given all of this enterprise and investment, and given the wealth in a city like London, that we can't redevelop parts of the city without correcting some of the basic kind of fundamental flaws in the kind of equality and movement in the city. It's still impossible to cross what was once called Stratford High Street and find a convenient place to get to the Olympic Park. And we're still unable, because of the way that development is procured, to improve the public realm, to civilise some of these streets, to reintroduce the tree planting and the walkable city that we all aspire to in our written planning policies. So you might have, if you were listening to the early talks about London, have picked up that there have actually been some fairly extraordinary structural changes recently. So in the transition from the kind of complete privatization of public and social housing to the 80s to a more recent realization that we need to find new ways of rebuilding the city that don't rely entirely on private investment and private speculation. And although it hasn't been available in the past, it's now open to local authorities, so the local smaller administrative centres, the boroughs within the overall city, to develop their own housing. And previously, they've been prevented from doing that by statute. And we're very unfortunate in practice that in our work has been largely for these public bodies who have been trying to rethink the way of improving density in the city centre. So this is an example scheme by another practice, just filling in one of the gaps in that figure ground diagram that I showed you before of East London. So a gap here, a site that overlooks, has fantastic outlook onto Victoria Park. And then in our own work, in a scheme in Clerkenwell, we're rebuilding the southern side of what was a Georgian square. So very little remains of this in the 20th century, just an existing church. But our proposal on the southern side takes a traditional typology, so the mansion block, where pairs of apartments are paired on either side of one circulation course. So a very generous way of building a scheme. But interestingly, a scheme that takes a small amount of private development within the building to fund a larger amount of public housing. And this is a kind of interesting way of making use of actually the very high values in London. So where a local authority owns the land and land purchase is not involved, you can build a private scheme to cross-subsidise public housing. And unusually in this project, all of the dwellings are dual aspect. And because of the orientation of the building, we have balconies on the south side of all the homes, receiving really useful winter sun and solar gain. And then we also have very generous balconies on the north side with the living rooms that extend out to the balcony and have a view of the square. And those receive the late evening and early morning sun in the summer. And the type is very much building on the scale and the lessons from the past, although obviously not replicating the convention of using single homes in a single terrace. So there are 5 entrances along the frontage of the building. and each home has a living space that overlooks the street. And the living space on the ground floor is slightly elevated in the Georgian tradition to give the ground floor space some privacy, but allow all of the activity of the building to also front onto the ground floor. So you recall I showed you an example of kind of one of the least functional large-scale estate developments in North London, where everything really has become so inverted that the public domain is really unpleasant to work on. And we've been very fortunate to be working on this really large estate, so it's 1,100 homes in total. So instead of, as we heard this morning, demolition, rebuilding and gentrification of an area, this is actually working with what exists on the ground and finding ways to improve it. So on another part of the estate, same typology where there are garages, we're now replacing the garages with workspace. And these workspaces are occupied by social enterprise, so providing employment, but also training for local people actually living in the local neighborhood. And interestingly, the garage spaces that have been used for this have converted remarkably well for this fashion enterprise. The space that would have been the circulation space in the garage, so column-free space, now has down the middle of it a huge table that has pattern cutting and laying out areas, and then it has sewing areas beyond that. And these spaces are being used to help people both learn skill, but also to have acquire a kind of practical introduction to employment and to give some purpose to the kind of work that is being offered. Elsewhere, we're trying to put right some of the problems caused by, for instance, providing private garages on the street frontage, so creating a very inhospitable environment by converting garages to new homes. So these are accessible homes, very large homes, and fully wheelchair accessible. And they're being provided for people on the estate who might have been on upper floor maisonettes. And at the same time, we're reconfiguring the access so that people have lift access and raising the access galleries so that there's more light and there's a better environment at the ground floor. And at the same time, using every opportunity, so every piece of wasted space, every little bit of leftover land that's not overlooked, to shoehorn into that new dwellings. So here on the street frontage, very small buildings, relatively, one apartment per floor, but filling in the gaps and repairing the urban fabric. Finding everything we can in an existing estate that is of value, so the landscape particularly is remarkable, the trees, the landscape squares, and trying to repurpose those and make them more productive. And then on the small plots where there's an opportunity for redevelopment, so here you can see the footprint again, only 2 homes per core, creating really wonderful homes with triple aspect. And these are relatively, I'm just going to finish the last sentence, very modest interventions, but to us quite an important starting point of trying to identify and value what exists and what builds upon that. Thank you.
Oh, great, great.
Sorry for that.
I was trying to talk, but we had a... Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you on how you show us how can we assemble a large city with small or big components, and specifically the life of type. I would say on your presentation, how can the values of this type can be reinterpreted in contemporary city. Thank you very much. Now we move to the extremely west of the earth, moving from London to Santiago. And with the presentation, last 2 presentations, José Lorenzo Di Girolamo, architect from Católica University in 2006, Master Building and Urban Design and Development at the Bartlett University College of London. He's more than 15 years of working and academic experience have been focused on housing and urban design and management from non-governmental, private and public sector, including the NGO Techo in Chile, Foster and Partners, United Kingdom, and the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism in Chile. He's co-founder and partner of the Architecture and Urban Design Practice Paralela, member of Laboratorio 9x18 in Católica University, and professor of Master in Urban Project at the Católica University of Chile. And the second presentation, Cristian Izquierdo, architect at Católica University in 2008, Master at Columbia University in 2014, partner at Izquierdo Lehmann since 2012. His work has been exhibited at the MoMA in New York, in GA Gallery, Tokyo, among others, and published in books and magazine as Detail, Casabella, GA Houses, and he has received the Minimum Work Award in 2016, House of the Year in 2017, and Architectural Record Design Vanguard in 2020, and the last prize, the AOA Medal of Outstanding Young Architect in 2021 in Santiago. He is professor at the Catholic University in Chile also. Thank you very much. Jose, you have the floor.
Thanks, Humberto. I'm going to share the screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Great. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. It would have been great to share with you from Venice. So I hope we will have new opportunities in the future to meet in person. I'm going to read during the presentation to adjust to the allotted time. So I hope I'm not too boring. The name of this short presentation is Housing Commodification versus Housing Architecture, Experiences from Santiago. Next slide, there it is. In a context characterized by the global circulation of capital in the form of goods and finances, housing has become one of them, and Santiago is not the exception. Then housing architecture has been stressed between a usually fascinating theoretical critique of modes of production, sometimes lacking design proposals, and a subordination to the logic of the market through the development of generic projects. In these cases, we have not been effectively involved in the decision-making processes of housing developers, generating responses at the expense of not challenging the brief. Therefore, involvement in the development of the project can be a means to propose typological counter-proposals to the housing market that may contribute to the regeneration of homes, neighborhoods, and cities. Unlike a disciplinary critique of current housing production or the presentation of exceptional projects generated from unique conditions, we try to question the role of architects, presenting a series of projects that does not play the rules of the game, but rather play with the rules of the game to accommodate the various ways of living. Our studio Paralela originated at the end of 2013, synthesizing the experience of the partners in different fields and scales of architectural discipline, urban design, and the academy. Since then, the architecture team has focused mainly on the development of urban housing projects, collective housing, equipment, and facilities, aiming to contribute to the construction of better neighborhoods and cities from a design that values the dimension of the public and the collective, with an urban and social impact. The non-reproducible condition of land makes a greater demand for a specific location impossible to translate into a greater offer, and thus it only increases in price. Nonetheless, the state participates in the artificial reproduction of land through urban regulations. As a result, the price is defined by the interaction of market and state rules, where the first sets the price at which it can be sold, and the second, what and how much can actually be sold. High competition scenarios for land acquisition challenge housing developers and architecture to search for mechanisms to pay more. Within this context, 3 out of the 4 following projects originate from the tender of a site and try to demonstrate that the challenge of architecture is to balance developers' requirements with contributions to residents, neighborhoods, and cities, fostering more public and collective ways of living. Hamlet, winner of the Urban Contribution Award in 2017, this building is located in the El Golf neighborhood in Santiago, adjacent to a small park and steps away from an underground station. The area enjoys a pedestrian scale with a great diversity of services from offices, supplies, medical services, metropolitan transport, and more. The project opens a new urban promenade for public use between its 2 street accesses from 2 different streets, which connects the inner neighborhood with the green areas, transportation facilities, and services on Apoquindo Avenue, favoring the security logic that relies on openness rather than enclosure. The promenade, designed by Paur Landscape Architects, is constructed by a Silkova forest and constitutes the pedestrian access to the building. Its front is activated through common street furniture linked to the walkway through a large vertical lattice, the building's only partition. The project consists of 2 volumes, one opaque and solid to the east, containing the bedrooms, and one more permeable and lighter to the west, containing the living and dining rooms as well as terraces. In this way, from each apartment, the continuous greenery of the urban promenade is discovered, extending through the public spaces to the neighborhood. The Hamlet building shows that in architecture, market and state rules are perfectly compatible with the potential of contributing to the city. Moreover, such an urban contribution opens the possibility to differentiate from the conventional market, adding value to the project itself. But who wins with this? Private developers, new residents, the city? In these cases, the great challenge of architecture is precisely to give them all a win. Garcia Valenzuela, nominated for the Urban Contribution Award in 2019 and 2020, is located in a sector with great urban intensity, less than 300 meters from an underground station with direct access to equipment and services, and a few minutes from downtown Santiago. This condition led to more liberal urban regulations in terms of height, density, and constructability, resulting in a concentration of buildings that could be classified as hyperdense, or within the misnamed category of vertical ghettos. Actually, in this sector, these regulations were subsequently modified to prevent the proliferation of this type of buildings. Precisely on the remaining land, red rectangle, of a real estate development, yellow rectangle, of 2 buildings, almost 30 stories high, and with the same regulations, the project generates a counter-proposal to the large towers, reaching high density, but on a neighborhood scale. The building is proposed as a compact volume with only 7 floors of continuous facade that builds the corner. A neutral facade treatment of a civic nature without balconies recovers the logic of housing projects from the mid-20th century in central areas, such as those that can still be seen in the historic center of Santiago. By contrast, the facades towards the interior of the block are made up of alternate volumes of terraces that look out over the interior garden that provide colors and textures that vary throughout the year, like a small oasis in the middle of urban intensity in direct relation to the departments. The building integrates a typological diversity between studios, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom flats, also including duplexes. Additionally, the building integrates commercial stores on the first floor in direct relationship with the new public space and its flows. The Garcia Valenzuela building represents a highly replicable but scarcely explored model of balanced densification at present, which manages to reconcile the need to densify the central areas of our cities without sacrificing the neighborhood scale that has historically characterized them. Las Voltadas is located on a plot that includes two zones with different urban regulations, one of them with a maximum height of 6 stories and the other with a maximum height of 8 stories. As a precedent to validate the minimum bidding price of the land, the seller approved in the municipality a preliminary project that generates 2 separated buildings, each of them maximizing the urban conditions independently, including the maximum permitted heights. As a counter-proposal to be awarded the purchase of the land, the new design set the challenge of achieving the same urban conditions of the approved preliminary project, but in a single building adjusted to the height allowed for the lowest area, only 6 floors, thus respecting the scale from the quiet residential neighborhood. The proposed courtyard building seeks to maximize the collective experience of the meeting between neighbors from a large interior garden that preserves the valuable vegetation existing on the land and articulates the horizontal and vertical circulations that look directly over the garden on all floors. In turn, all the apartments are oriented towards the outer perimeter, but also towards the inner courtyard. A smaller basement courtyard, where the tallest building of the preliminary project was located, concentrates and relates the equipment and facilities for common activities without interfering with the calm environment promoted by the proposal. Buceta, last project that I'm presenting, then we have to design a vertical ghetto. That was our first reaction when we received the commission for this building. The so-called vertical ghettos are highly criticized hyperdense buildings that generally are more than 20 stories high and concentrate more than 200 small flats. These are usually intended for sale to investment funds or small investors who lease them to pay their monthly mortgage fees. Due to this, the design of the apartments has no or little margin, considering that more than a home, the developer requires the design of a monthly mortgage fee that implies maximizing room requirements in a minimum of square meters. In this limited context, the design proposed activating the public space through commerce and minimizing the scale of the building through the division into 3 volumes and the work of its facades, without losing its unitary character and its status as a new urban landmark. However, there is some margin in the design of the experience of collective living. So we asked, what are the challenges and opportunities of living in hyperdensity, assuming that it is a growing reality in Chile? To try to respond, we work together with La Caja Roja consultants dedicated to user-centered innovation. As a consequence, in addition to the facilities that are usually located on the first and/or top floors of these kind of buildings, of projects, the 5th floor, in this case, of the building is almost completely freed up to generate a system of interconnected common spaces that function as places of relief and meeting complementary to small departments. In this way, the building tries to face in an innovative way the architectural challenges posed by high density as a contemporary urban way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Christian, we have the floor.
Thank you, Jose. Wonderful presentation. Hi, everyone. I'll try to be fast in order to meet the requirements of the organization. It's a pleasure to be here. And after Jose's presentation, I'll show you our experience in developing projects that in a way dialogue with the London typologies of low-rise building, trying to use the floor as much as possible, densification related to the ground. My experience as an architect was related to houses, which I still do. I'm still working on houses, so I learned a lot about the craft of building and living with the small measures, doing houses, and that kind of knowledge I try to put on this larger scale in a way of in doing projects that are managed by myself and a small group of friends. So we have acted as as developers and also architects in these residential units that we've done. So the way to resist the clash of forces that Jose was mentioning in our case has been working in a small sphere of resistance consisting of mainly family, because my brother, he acts as a constructor and also as developer, and a small group of friends who also participate and with the financiation of the projects and the developing. So this was the first project was done under those requirements. It's an 8 housing unit in the middle of the center of Santiago, where the land is very expensive. So in order to be able to pay for the houses in here, we thought, what if we don't do this as the usual business, but we gather a group of 8 people who will live here, and we do a project for themselves. So there's no utility in the business. There's no profit, but just the future inhabitants, they participate in the risks and benefits of the business. So that enabled us to do things a bit in a different way than what's been than the usual market, and take some risk in the typological aspects of the work, and also in the constructive sequence. The main typological feature was to give the center, this is the central, a pedestrian street where you can enter to the 8 houses. And so we thought of this space as the core of the project and as the main room of the project. So instead of having the logic of that the public, the shared space is just what the remainings of the houses, we thought the project from this space to the houses. And we had in mind a typology, a typical typology of in Santiago that is called the cité, which is related to constructions of the beginning of the 20th century that were thought for poor housing, let's say, and for poor people. And so they had very little perimeter. And we rescued the attributes, the spatial attributes of that kind of constructions, but for achieving something completely different, which is trying to maximize the size of each unit in itself, this length, which is almost 14 meters. So that enables us to have, when you open the door, you find something completely different in here, which is this patio, which is completely unrelated to the cité in terms of spatial qualities. And this open to the sky. So we mixed these two very different typologies, first the cité and then the patio house, which is very rooted also in Latin American architecture. And we developed these L-shaped houses around a square courtyard with rooms on the second floor. So you never see from the shared space, you never see where one house begins and the other ends, but you just think that this is one space. And then when you open the door, you enter into a completely different world. And those different realms are, in a way, this is the patios. And those different realms are, in a way, knitted one to the other through the composition of this very rhythmic sequence of wooden elements that blurs the difference in property from one to the other and makes that the expression is related to the measures of construction of constructive elements more than to the owning of the land. So these are the patios, and these are this is the shared space. And when you open the door, you get a glimpse of this completely different area on the other side. So we wanted that this space, I wanted that this space be super green and full of vegetation, but since we had the parking below, we couldn't plant some huge trees in here because there was a street. And also I wanted to liberate the whole space in order for the kids to be able to play football or tennis or basketball and whatever they do. So we thought of putting the trees on top, cantilevered, in order, once they grow more, they will touch each other and it will be able to, it will be possible to see the sky through these trees. So you don't see the building, the high-rise buildings as the one Jose, because the building that Jose did with his office is not far away from here. So in order to see the sky before than the beautiful building of my friend. The stair, this is the only, this is where the hinge of the project is in the middle of the L and where everything converged. So we designed it with a lot of care. And all the detailing where we had a lot of risks in here. We used this wood, which is from the south of Chile, and it's not quite common to use it here in Santiago. But we run through all these risks because I had the constructor, who was my brother, and developer in the same chair with me. So we did the project. We did the project. It's not that we did the project and then we asked for the construction companies to see how much did it cost, but we were studying all the decisions regarding price during the project. And since we did it in a very short time, we had to, and this was our first BIM project, we did all the pieces in order to precate them. We had to dismantle the whole building as a mechano, and we were very scared that we were going to fail in the measures, but finally the thing kind of fit all the pieces. I will go very quickly, not to in order to match the time. The second experience was quite similar to the first one. But this one faces the street. I will just pass through it very quick. Here, the common area is facing the street. So you don't, and this is 5 houses, and you don't see where one house starts on the last end. And we wanted to be able to pass through, to see the street from the patio and to see the patio from the street through a series of wooden constructive elements, which are these ones. And the only typological feature is that since this was pretty much a row house or whatever, we, in the second floor is not attached one to the other, so we put some skylights in here. I'll show it in the floor plan. Oops. So this is the first floor. Oh, my computer is getting crazy. I'm sorry. This is the first floor, which is continuous, and this is the second floor. And in the second floor, we have these voids. And here we put the skylights that lights the first floor. And also all the bathrooms, they ventilate through these spaces, which is what we see in this section. These are the spaces, these are the skylights. Same trick, here we did a simplification of the constructive process. We just used pine wood, like with no more finishings, and so this whole thing is how to pass through the house to the patio from the common area. See?
Sorry, we will have to kindly ask you if we can start wrapping up. I know that it would be worthwhile going through every single detail.
Yes, I think we're done.
Great.
We can stop here. This is the last project that I wanted to show you, which is complex. It's a bit more complex because it has, in the 3rd floor, it has small apartments and it has, but we can leave it here, it's fine. Thank you, Joss. Thank you, everyone.
No. It's the issue is that we are running out of time because of our fault, not your fault. And we need, we would really like to take advantage of Humberto, Francis, to make some questions and have a final conversation. We were running out of time with the previous panelists. Humberto, if you have to take off, don't worry, you can leave your question open to whoever is able to continue, and we will try to wrap up.
Okay. Thank you, Jocelyn. Yeah, thank you for all the presentation. I think that we go really deep in terms of understanding of what a type is and the possibility of types. As I should remember in the first presentation, Jiping showed us the history of type in the construction of the city, in the specific city in Shanghai, in China. Shonggang show us the process of making new type coming from the forms of nature and the process of diagram and the formulation of this, the forms of the project. Richard show us the life of type and the life of type and buildings in this continuous process in London. In this case, Jose show us the relationship between the type and the market, and the how can we manage the relationship between money, economy, or policies, regulations, and the use of types. And at the end, Christian show a really deep understanding of use of type, not only in terms of form, but also in probably the idea of repetition of elements and types and models in the making buildings with different form that adjust to different kind of plots. In these terms, I think that types and typologies are the basis of manuals of architecture, are milestones of our disciplines from the Renaissance to the present. Talking of type, it's also talking of cities, it's also talking of economies, regulations, speculators, materials of constructions, forms, history, inhabitants, and community. I would like to ask to all of you, specifically in your works on your understanding of type, what is the relationship between type and the city in general, but also specifically? It's a visual relation, a physical relation, an economical relation, or symbolical relation. What do you think about the relations of between types and the city that you know, the city that you have lived? If you want, we can start from in the same order, from Jiping to Christian, please.
Thank you for these comments, and also I very enjoyed their presentations from Johan and also the other presenters. I think that the typologies and how that connected to the urban structure or the city more general, I think in the places I was talking and I was doing my researches mainly in Shanghai and Suzhou, it has been really connected to their structure with their historical networks, with their streets and also canals. Those are their like the bones of their city. And I would also look at this very strong kind of organization of this city structure, the urban fabrics, and also related to their typologies in the city level. I will say the courtyard house or the variations of the courtyard house is almost the kind of the only choice we can have for one such kind of city areas of Suzhou, especially in their very like highly protected area with conservation area of Suzhou. But also for Shanghai, there is a very another approach, like the high rise, the higher the better, the higher the modern, looks like the identities for the modern life. And that is seeking for another identity for the urban images. That's really reflects the city's choice for which identity they are able to reinterpret and also reinforce with this architectural language, with the image of the city spirit, either looking forward, futurism, or looking backwards as a historical monuments centered historical city in the tradition, but also continue this kind of urban structure to the future. Well, that's my part for this response to your comments.
Thank you. Johan.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. So I think for typology, it gives variations on housing, say, as a type. It works as one of the ways to deal with current and future living challenges around us, or in the city we live in. So from exploration on typology, I think we learned that we are capable of making the city better and propose the new lifestyles by challenging some of the given conditions. in my case, I think the typological thinking is like a tool when it comes to the housing design. You can apply to a broad context, not only in a specific site, but it's more like find a way to deal with the challenges around us. That's the way I see the typology, or say the relationship between the type and the city.
Thank you. Richard.
So I think in our climate and in our cities, particularly in the UK, we've been kind of thinking about, what provides the vitality in the public life in the city, and what is the environment where casual encounter and exchange can happen. So the fact you can have a conversation with somebody who you're familiar with but may not know very well, or the fact that you can see people who are familiar and belong in your neighborhood, but you only know them by recognizing them. And of course, we don't have a culture of living outside. We've only just kind of begun to, have cafes and bars and public life that happens in the public realm. So all of the conversations in London really are about how you can support that public life in what I would describe as the kind of neighborhood, rather than the wider city or the smaller dwelling. So it's that in-between area where activity and exchange and conversation happens. And so my feeling very much is that the typologies need to allow for that complexity and the overlap of different activities. And that's why the point really about typologies that can allow work to happen and can adapt over time is a really useful one for us. Because we really have never lived in a city that's zoned, with things that happen separately and are disconnected and monocultural. So, but designing for that complexity is very difficult. It's very hard to, because the tendency is to want to separate and simplify it, when actually what we need is the kind of chaotic, vital mixture of all these things that you can't necessarily anticipate.
Thank you very much. Jose?
Okay, very briefly, I think typologies have the challenge, but moreover the duty of building neighborhoods and cities. So types or typologies should not be considered isolated, but they have because they have a fundamental role in shaping and fostering public and collective ways of life. So I think, and also Richard talked about that, and I expect that design takes that direction in terms of housing and typologies.
Thank you, Jose. Cristian?
For me, typology is mainly a means to embed meaning in a project. And in that sense, and I think that typology is, of course, it's related to the comparative method and to an inductive way of thinking of meaning as something that arises from the comparison of many different cases, similar, that in a way have been interpreted in a similar way. So I think that that's important, because in these days we cannot take for granted the existence of a city in terms of space for deliberation, and not only for just existing, but as a place for talking, for discussing, and for sharing beliefs with others, different. And that requires a community of communication, or the assumption that we understand something similar when we are talking about something. So I think typology is a way, it's something that you can use in order to measure your projects with something that can be shared by other people and other architects too, in order to build a city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thanks again to the organizer of this seminar, How We Live Santiago, London, and Shanghai. Jocelyn, Johanna, and Camilo, thank you very much for your work, for your organization. And I think that the seminar will continue tomorrow. If you, I leave you the floor again to close the session. Thank you very much for all the colleagues all around the world, especially the Chinese one that's very late in the night or early in the morning.
Yes,
thank you.
You're heroes.
And we have to follow to discuss on typology, to citing the Moneo. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Thanks especially to the people connected from Shanghai and everyone for having endured with us. Many conversations and a wonderful round. Thanks for your presentations.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much for the invitation. Bye.
Bye-bye.